Excellent.
Let's go live. Yep, thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to the live finals webcast of RoboNation's RobotX competition here in lovely Sarasota, Florida. We're at Nathan Bennison Park. We've got fantastic weather for this final sequence. I'm Zoz Brooks and I'll be running you through all of the 6 teams that we have here in the finals. But first of all, let me just introduce Alex, who's joining me from the Advancing Science, Technology and Art and the University of California, San Diego Team Inspiration. Alex, welcome.
Oh, thank you.
We've got your boat already out on the course. We're getting started just a little late here, and we've just seen the your aerial vehicle launch off the boat and then come in here to the recovery zone for landing.
Yes, it's one of the 8 tasking on the UAV and the USB. This is the job launching off on the boat and landing on the dock.
So just a really quick intro for the people who are just tuning in and wondering what they're seeing here. This is RoboNation's largest and most complicated autonomous boat competition, or autonomous surface vehicle, or ASV as we call it. But there also is an aerial vehicle component, or a UAV, an unmanned aerial vehicle. So Team Inspiration has started their run already. They're now in the follow the path task, and I'll talk a little bit about all those tasks in a minute. And they've just launched their UAV and landed it, and that was only the second time, is that right, that you've in this whole competition you've launched the UAV from the boat?
Yes, sir. Yeah, right now the USB is assisting the navigation channel. Look like they finished 2 of the main tasks. Definitely look like they're successful on the navigation path.
Yeah, so I was a course judge yesterday on the semifinals course, and so what I saw from your team yesterday was just what it's doing now, entering through the entry gates and then successfully navigating the follow the path. And yesterday, the boat was spot on that task, all 6 gates, and at least one run with no obstacles, I think. So that's something you've been able to do very reliably.
Yeah, definitely. So right now the next mission they are going after is scanning the code. And you see that the boat navigate to the scanning the code target.
Yeah, so again, for people who are just tuning in, who've never seen this competition before, there's a number of different tasks that the robot must or is able to earn points by attempting out on the course. Starting off with a set of buoys, which we call a set of gates. So a gate is just a space between 2 marker buoys. So at the beginning there are 3 gates denoted by 4 marker buoys, and so the boat can choose which of those gates to go through to enter the course. So that's mandatory. They must enter the course through a gate. After that they can choose which task to do. The first thing that this team did was they launched their aerial vehicle and then they recovered it on land in the recovery zone. They can launch autonomously, and then they can choose to either land back on the surface vessel or back on land, and the landing can be manual or autonomous. More points for autonomous. Then the boat went to its first task, which was called Follow the Path. That's basically a navigation channel. So it's a set of gates marked by navigation buoys, and it needs to go through as many as possible of those. There's a maximum of 6 gates, and also try to avoid from running into any buoys. The next.
Look like this one they're coming back to exit the gate to log in the first mission.
Yeah, so after completing some number of tasks, the boat can choose to exit the course through one of those entry-exit gates, and the maximum points there is if it exits through the same gate that it entered. So that's what we've just seen out there. An entry, a UAV launch, recovery on land, follow the path. The second one that we didn't quite get into a description of is called Scan the Code. There's a floating platform with a flashing light buoy on top of it, and that flashing light buoy flashes a color sequence, 3-element color sequence. So if the boat successfully recognizes that color sequence and transmits the correct sequence back to a judge's server on land, then it will get points for that. And then also the lights in that sequence inform how to approach some of the tasks. So that's a question for you, Alex. It's the first color on the Scan the Code task actually tells it which entry to go into for follow the path, but you guys chose to do follow the path first and then scan the code. Can you talk a little bit about that strategy?
Yeah, the strategy, what we are doing competition today is we follow a KISS principle, kick is simple silly.
Yeah.
We basically, we have 40 minutes on the course. We go by the highest confidence. So look like what the team did today is we enter the gate, follow the path, navigation path, instead of going to scanning the code first, because we are confident where we're heading on navigation, we just going to log in the point. Because the scanning the code, even though we have very high confidence on reading the light, the weather can change. And also the lighting, weather effect, and refreshing from the water will make a lot of difference. We also have limited drone flying experience. So I think what the team did on the first try, they take a conservative approach, log in as many points as they can, and that's what they did. Enter the gate, go to navigation channel, come back, log in to the scan the code. I'm not completely sure. Somewhere far away. We don't know do they actually successful scanning the code yet. But then they come back, exit the gate, so they log in the basic point or zone in the bowl. And then from this point on, they will attempt more different missions. One of the missions we'll try will be shooting the. When you scan the code, then you can pick the target, not only enter and exit the gate, but you can also select the target on the docking and shooting the ball. Later, I do believe that the team, when they embrace it now, they will shoot the ball also. But shooting the ball does take because we didn't test enough, shooting the ball potentially can impact the power system. So right now we set the baseline, we set the bar, and we are successfully setting the bar. Now the team is going to look at the result on the first test and go after a more different mission.
Yeah, that was a really interesting point you made right at the beginning, Alex, is that even though the weather out here is kind of perfect for humans, it's actually quite difficult for robots because we have some sort of nice fluffy clouds in the sky, but that means we sort of alternate unpredictably between bright sunlight and cloudy conditions. You know, it's quite nice for us, but that change in lighting conditions can actually make color detection especially quite difficult for the robots.
Yeah, actually one thing we learned earlier this year, we also compete in RoboSub. Most of the RoboSub camera can detect red and blue very easily. But when you work in crystal clear water, with a very, very bright sun, everything looks blue. So it's learn from experience, right? So, so far the first one is that's possible they will reset the job and then go out for more run. But the first run is very close to the team. High probability already. This run actually better than what we did in the semifinal already.
Yeah, especially with the aerial vehicle.
Yeah.
So yeah, for anyone who's this is their sort of first RobotX or their first time watching this one, let me just quickly run through all of the tasks. We ran through a couple already. There's basically 7 tasks plus the entry and exit gates, and so we've already talked about the entry and exit gates. Those, again, a gate is a gap between two channel marker buoys, and so they have a choice of gates to go in and then also to come back out again at the end of their run. We talked about follow the path. That's a kind of a red on one side, green on the other navigation channel that any mariner will be familiar with. We talked about scan the code, the light buoy that's flashing a light sequence, and the first color in the light sequence, if you look at the ends of the follow the path task, there are kind of these tall marker buoys with a sock on them that have a different colored top and bottom. There's one with a red top, there's one with a blue top, and the first color in the scan the code task determines which end of that follow the path channel the robot should start at. for maximum points. Then, so that's 2 tasks: follow the path and scan the code. There's also 2 aerial vehicle tasks. One involves picking up colored tins and dropping them off at another platform. I don't think we're likely to see anyone attempt that in this final sequence, because we haven't seen anyone successfully do that out in the water so far in the competition, so I think we won't have to worry about that one. The other UAV task, which I think we will see people do, is to fly a search pattern and report 2 targets that are out on floating platforms out in the water. So there's a good chance that you'll get to see someone, at least one team, attempt that. And then there are 2 more tasks for the boat. One is called dock and deliver. So there's a set of docks, 3 docks. The second color in the scan the code tells the boat which dock is the correct dock to dock in. So they'll get points for docking in any dock. They'll get more points for the correct dock. And at each of those docks, there's a target with a big aperture and a small aperture, and the robots are able, if they have the capability, to throw a ball through one of those targets. They're able to throw at least up to 4 racket balls, and there are more points for the small target than the big target. And then the final one is we're calling it Wildlife Encounter. It's a set of 3 colored spherical buoys, and based on the light sequence in the scan the code task, the robots are to circle one of those colored buoys. And then the last task, which also can be the first task, is kind of a hidden task. We don't really get to see it because it's called the heartbeat task, where the robot has to send a message containing various data back to a course technical director server. So in that message, the boat should report its position and orientation. It should report the current time and time zone, and then things that it learns from the scan the code task and from wildlife encounters and so on. So that's how we know that the robot is actually successfully interpreting what it sees out on the course. But we don't get to see that ourselves. That's being recorded by the technical staff, and then the teams will be allocated points accordingly. Anyway, so that's a summary of the tasks.
One thing I want to point out, on the entry exit gate, we also have a hydrophone underneath the water, picking underneath the water. We didn't touch too much. For the boat with capable underwater detection, they will select the random pinger, random beacon underneath the gate will turn on, and they will select go for the particular gate. When they did that, they will have more points.
That's right, yes. I forgot to mention that the selection of the entry and exit gates, not all teams have this capability, but if they do, there's an acoustic pinger, as you said, under the water. The teams don't know. There's one under each gate, but the teams don't know which one is active. The robot needs to listen under the water and figure that out. So if you're able to do that, which you guys are, then you can get extra points from entering and exiting through the correct gate marked in that fashion. And then next thing I just wanted to mention, just since we're sort of at the beginning here, is just who we have here in the finals. In addition to Team Inspiration here, the final slots are all 40 minutes long, because they're a running clock. So the teams will be rewarded for being well organized and being able to get started quickly at the start of their time slot. So after Team Inspiration, at 1:10 p.m., the next team will be Florida Atlantic University. They're known as Team Autonomous from the United States, from here in Florida. At 1:50 p.m., also from here in Florida, Embry Riddle Aeronautical University. Team Minion is their team name.
And they were 2022 champion.
That's right. They'll be defending their title from Sydney in 2022. At 2:30 p.m., we have the National University of Singapore, Team Bumblebee. Very excited for them. They've been doing well all week. At 3:10 p.m., the Korea Maritime and Ocean University, KMAU Macro. So very, very excited. They had a fantastic semifinals run this morning, action-packed. We saw some very accurate delivery at the docks, so we'll be looking out for that. And then rounding out the 6-team final sequence at 3:50 p.m., Nanyang Technological University, which we're super, super excited to see in the finals. They've had a lot of really basic technical difficulties all work through all week through no fault of their own. They've been working very, very hard to overcome those, and then seeing them get in the water, qualify kind of at the last minute, and then secure a spot in the finals this morning has been very exciting for us, and of course for them too. They were very, very happy to see that they've been able to sort of be resilient, come back from the mishaps that they suffered and misfortunes, and then get here in the finals. So great to see. So please, if you have your favorite teams out there, if you're supporting a team, mark those times and make sure to be tuned in to see it. Seeing Inspiration's boat now looks like they're lining up back at the gate.
Yeah,
the drone is back on.
Also.
Yeah.
So that's what we do, right? When we recover the drone, we recover the drone on the dock, right? Not landing back on the boat. So what the team did, they drive the boat back to the dock, put the drone back in, and get it ready to go again. Now when you see the green light on the boat, it means the boat start autonomous.
Yeah, great point. Yes, for anyone watching out there, the team's part of their basic requirements for the boat, but basic safety requirements is a status indicator. There it goes. It launched, and the boat is still heading over to, looks like, to follow the path. Will your team at some point attempt a landing back on the boat, or is it always going to be on land?
I think at this moment will be always on the land.
And I'm watching your drone operator right now. His hands are off the controls, so the UAV is still in autonomous mode. So it looks like it's coming in for an autonomous landing in the recovery zone. I can't see the operator's hands, so we're not. But I haven't heard a call out from manual, so hopefully we're still in autonomous mode, because it's a good chunk of points for an autonomous landing.
So because part of this is because drone doesn't like water, so
right.
The operator holding the control is just for safety purpose. If the drone approaching water, the operator will take over.
Yes, the drones very much do not like water, and is deep and turbid, so we actually haven't been able to find them yet. We need to write those rules a little bit better next year, or in 2 years, to make sure that the vehicles definitely float. Because yeah, unfortunately, the University of Florida and the University of Newcastle from Australia both lost their aerial vehicles in the water yesterday, and they still are underwater. They will be recovered eventually, but as of right now, they're down in Davy Jones's locker. So it's I was a judge on the semifinals course when Newcastle's was lost, and I was so sad to see it. I was like, oh no! And as quickly as we got a team out there to try and get it, it was too late. They were down in, I think, over 10 feet of water. Yep. So it's actually with the hurricane that came through here a few weeks ago. There's actually quite a lot of stuff out in the water. A whole set of bleachers blew in the water and still out there. So it's kind of right now hard to find and recover things from the water.
So the boat just successfully went through the navigation channel. So one thing you notice that when we go for the navigation channel, the computer vision in operation, so it went a little bit slower. But between different tasks, then we go a lot faster to get to the target location area. I wonder are they attempting to see.
Yeah, so I see it coming over to the dock. It seems to be a little bit hung up on the corner of the dock there. That can be a real challenge for these robots because they're sort of like a fork, these catamarans. And so when they get caught on something, it's often below where their sensors can see. So it's very easy for one of these vehicles to get stuck on something and not know that they're stuck. From this view, if you're watching at home here, you might see those people with kayaks out in the water. Those are kayak judges. They're out there to get a much better view of what's happening than the judges on shore can get, because the judges need to observe everything that happens to record what points have been achieved by the vehicle. So actually the judges just observe for now, and later on those observations will be rationalized against the scoring scheme to come up with a point score. And so they try their best to keep out of the way of the robot while maintaining a good line of sight so they can give us accurate information about exactly what the robot did. Yeah, it looks like manual control. So yeah, we talked a little bit about the status lights. Yellow is manual, green is autonomous mode, and red is an emergency stop condition, such as a communications loss. So you can keep an eye on that to see what state the robot is in.
Yeah, so it's also for safety for the kayaker, right?
Yeah.
So when the kayakers see green mode, so they know autonomous. So they have to pay extra attention to ensure the boat are heading to that direction. But when they are on yellow, then the kayaker is confident that the boat is under manual control by the operator.
Yeah, and the way that the runs and the scoring works is that the run starts when the vehicle enters autonomous mode, and then as soon as the vehicle is taken under manual control, or if it exits the course, then the run is over, and if there's time they can start a new run, and the best run is the one that is the final score for the finals. So that encourages the teams to keep trying, and they have as many times as they would like in their time slot to try and achieve a score that's better than what they've already scored. But only in the final sequence, we're only counting finals run scores, because this course has been reconfigured since practice, since qualifying, since semifinals, and so they're all tackling a course that they've never exactly seen before. So that's why everyone is starting at 0 points for the beginning of these finals, and then their best run will count. And we always hope that they have their best run of the whole week in the finals, but that's not always what happens. Sometimes they do really well in practice, and then they have some problems in the finals. You just never know. But we always wish them well, and we hope for the best. And actually, I think this is more or less the best weather we've had all week. So at least the environment is cooperating. Sometimes it's the other way around. Sometimes we have high winds in the finals. One year in Hawaii, we had great conditions all week, and then massive winds in the finals, and it was it was really a shame to see teams that had performed well all week then have to struggle with the environmental conditions.
I remember seeing the live broadcast. The current was pushing some of the ball at the docking mission also.
So this, you sort of alluded to this before when you were talking about RoboSub as well. Your team is now competing in a lot of these competitions.
Yeah, my team started with first robotic, but since then we graduated to RoboNation. RoboNation more a college level competition. We participate in RoboBoat, RoboSub, RobotX, and SUAV also. So we compete on 4 RoboNation programs, all at the college level. And we also mentored, help some of the CPUS teams. So we involved with all five RoboNation competition programs.
That's a really remarkable achievement for such a small team as well. So you have 3 students out here at the competition?
Yeah.
And do you ever have more than that, or are you basically a 3-person team at this point?
No, we do have for today we actually have one local student here, a Florida resident. We met at the RoboBoat competition, and he wanted to join the robotic activity. And we invite him to join us on RoboSub in the summer. So he went from Florida to San Diego in the summer, participated in RoboSub competition. He's only an 8th grader, and he was our team captain. And RoboSub, we was in the final also, and we were number 5 in the final, lead by an 8th grader RoboSub team captain.
That's amazing.
He is here today also to help out on the RobotX also. So, quote unquote, we almost have 4 students. We do have a bigger team, but a lot of students in a college class study, they couldn't take the time off. That's one of the challenges always is where can you take 1 week off, right?
Yeah.
Some professor put it easy, say as long as you do your homework, you can be off. But other professors say no, you just stay here.
I actually know an 8th grader like that. So Rashawn, if you're watching, it's totally possible. You could be leading one of these teams. So keep an eye on this.
Yeah, one thing about this, our team, we are a community team, so we can student. One of our robots student last year was from France.
Oh, wow,
Yeah.
okay. And did they come to the competition?
Yeah, they came to the competition in
In
San Diego.
Yeah.
So any team is possible. A little bit about my history, how I start. Is my kid when he was 2nd grade, go to a school open house. Oh,
Yeah, we're just starting the rod. By the way, keep telling the story, but just want people to notice that we're starting here, and we'll probably see the UAV launch as soon as it gets through the gate here.
Yes.
We hope so, but not so far.
Yeah. But anyways, long story short, my kid would get excited on one of the robotic this way. And one of the parent basically say, hey, look like your son is interested about robotic. I say, yeah. I say, how can he join? And the parent basically say, well, we did volunteer to build a team, right? And he basically say, you want your son to be on a team, you should volunteer. And that's how I become a coach in 2011. And the rest is history. It's over 14 years now.
Yeah.
Coaching.
And a massive expansion, right? From one competition to all these competitions. It's really quite amazing.
And my team also do a lot of, one of the reasons our team do very well, we concentrate a lot of them, they have to do teaching themselves. So our team had teach local team and also international team, both Africa and South America, basically around the world. So when they can teach, they learn a lot more. That's how they become very successful.
That's so true. You learn a lot when you have to teach something to someone else.
Yeah.
And you're kind of an example, I think, to a lot of teams too in terms of fundraising. You've been able to get a lot of support to do these competitions.
Yeah.
Seeing the boat now going through towards the end of the Follow the Path challenge. We actually have this is the nicest view I've had all week actually of this. I've been on the bank the whole time, and it's quite hard to see from the bank when it's going through these gates, and whether there are any buoy strikes. That's what we have the kayakers for, but we've got quite a nice view here from this camera.
I wonder where do you set the camera, on the building up here?
I don't actually know.
That's pretty nice. Zoom in.
Yeah, it must be up high somewhere.
We're getting very close to the dock again.
And once again, this finals course is a new course arrangement, so no team has exactly seen this. And what that means is they haven't had the ability to map the course and associate GPS waypoints with different task elements. They receive the coordinates of the boundaries of the course, but all the elements they haven't been able to do what some teams do earlier on in the competition when they're allowed to do mapping runs under manual control and plot GPS waypoints. Everything that the boat does on the semifinals and finals courses has to be in autonomous mode. So yeah, you can map, but the robot must do it autonomously. Coming back here quite rapidly towards the start gate, still in autonomous mode. I can see those green lights. So that's really great too. I always like to see it when the robot is able to move fast in autonomous mode because your time is limited.
Yes.
When you're going from one element to the next, you really want to save time so that you can do more runs. Coming back through gate 1.
So most likely they will go to the dock.
Maybe not. They've already got the UAV on board. We just don't know why it didn't launch. I was going to say that we love Colin. He's probably, I would say, pretty much the most enthusiastic person at these whole competitions. He's always just so happy to be here, so into what he's doing, and so helpful to the other teams. I always see him chatting with anyone who comes up and giving them advice and assistance. And
Yeah.
very, very.
For him, competition is almost a secondary. It's the preparation get to the competition where you put a lot of work on all that. Over the years, he stayed in contact with all the teams, so he's very happy when you get on location, seeing all other team member in person. So he just loves to chat. So you saw him between work. Don't get me wrong, it's a lot of work, right?
Yeah.
Morning, afternoon, evening. But in between there, the talking with all the other team members, how he relax and how he enjoy.
Yeah.
And that's why he have been coming back over and over again.
Yeah, we're always thrilled to see him. Heading back out again for gate 2. We of course have no way to know which gate has the active pinger, so we just have to find out later based on the score. Which also, again, for people tuning in, because we're very careful to give everyone the score that they are entitled to, those score numbers are not totaled up and finalized until the final judges meeting at the end. So we won't know any of those scores until the award ceremony tonight. We can estimate them, and the teams can estimate them, but we won't know for sure until we get that official judges confirmation at the end of tonight.
And you guys not wrong, the final score also count for include documentation score also, right? So
yeah.
It's everything equivalent of performance. The design documentation, presentation over the time, system assessment will count into that also.
Yeah, there's a lot of assessment of the competition, a big component that is trying to prepare these students for the things that they will have to do as working engineers one day. So they have to prepare a design paper, they have to give a presentation in front of a collection of design documentation judges who are experts in the maritime autonomy field, in different elements of it. They have a system assessment with their robot, with a collection of judges, and they're also scored on their website, team video, social media presence, and so on. So there's a lot of stuff that has to be done outside of just raw performance in the competition. It's almost like running a small company.
Yeah, actually having a good website actually help a lot of fundraising, right? Because a lot of time we post prospective support and all that. We can showcase what we have on the website. So social media person is very important. For some of our students, either they apply for college, right? Our team actually one of the very few teams, or maybe the only team, like high school student and middle school student. So when they apply for college application, they can showcase what they very helpful also. So what we have on the website is the portfolio. So when they interview for mechanical engineer, electrical, or software, they can say, hey, this is my documentation. So what we put on the website not only good for the competition, but it's also good for systemic, recording future team member, and also apply for work.
That's right. Yeah. These days that's super important. People people at colleges, people at businesses, they get flooded with these resumes, and they need more than that now. They just don't, it's not just a piece of paper that they want to see now. They want to see, what did you actually work on? What did you really do? So they go to those websites, they go to those social media things and check it out. Coming back now, just passing on this view the light buoy for the Scan the Code challenge. From this view, if you're watching at home, you can see in the foreground the two platforms for the UAV replenishment task. That's the one where the aerial vehicle picks up an object and places it on the other. But again, I don't think we're going to see that today, unfortunately. I think I'm not sure if anyone even attempted it on our land-based drone zone qualifying course. So I very much doubt that we'll see it in the finals, unfortunately.
Yeah, because this task is difficult in the sense of not only that you have a precise location picking up object, but you also increase the weight of the UAV also. Every time you increase the weight of the UAV, it also takes more power. And you need more power, you need a bigger battery. Yeah. So this is a effect that most teams cannot afford because a lot of this UAV doesn't have a long duration.
Yeah, we don't really expect teams to just get out there and do everything. If that happened, we would make the competition a little more difficult the next year. So we always try to have a little bit of extra that's a challenge. And we want teams to be sort of thinking about that for next year. So it's the whole design process that goes into designing these tasks, designing the course in a way that all fits together. And so it's not too disappointing if we have something that doesn't quite get done one year, because then we know people are going to think about it for next year, and then we'll make it a little more difficult again then too.
And I think that's also the goal for ONR, right? We don't actually, most of the time we actually don't call RobotX competition, we call RobotX challenge, right? Yeah. So we want to challenge the students from across the world to tackle very, very difficult problem, right? So.
Yeah, and this is sort of the most advanced of the RoboNation competitions, and this is one where we really expect and we hope that students will use their real thesis research at college. You know, a lot of the students have put their senior design capstone projects into their boats. They've also, if they're in graduate school, they've put thesis work into it. So that's what we want to see. We want to see them kind of pushing the envelope. As part of being
actually,
in this competition.
Also for the information, for this year competition, RobotX is a pretty big task, right? We actually chop up to a lot of small project, non-profit, advanced science, technology, and art. We actually sponsor 7 UCSD capstone class to work on, some work on the job, some work on navigation, and some work on the electronic board. For this year, we see the mechanical layer structure. It must improve from 2022. We have some mechanical capstone project and how design and lay out the mechanical structure.
Yeah.
So we actually have 7 capstone team in the background.
Yeah.
They're not the core team member, but they're in the background doing a small task. Basically, that tells you how big, how involved one of this the RobotX challenge.
But yeah, despite the partnership with the university, you still have some limited resources, such as the location you work on it. So tell me a little bit about why you've had to make a lot of folding elements on the boat. You actually work in it in the garage, right?
Yeah, that's true. We actually initially, when we first started, we really wanted to participate with UCSD Script Institute Oceanography. That's our goal. But yeah. But then as soon as they say we have students under 18, that because of the challenge of the liability and all that, we had to, we could not use the USSD and Script Institute location, so we had to use my garage. So working with the boat, the whole boat, including the shelter, had to fit on there. So you look at, when you have time, looking on our website or come visit us in San Diego, you can see a lot of mechanical structure design foldable. So they can fold such a way that fit perfectly going into a garage. But you can also say that I still remember 2019 when the RoboSub judge asking during system assessment, they asked our team, say, hey, where's your team operate? And all the students actually say garage. Everyone was laugh, right? Because they most of the university had a national lab or a big campus lab, right? We had garage. But it also means that anything is possible, right? So you have wheel, you have wheel, then you just one thing I taught my team is like be solution oriented. If you have garage, so be it. Use the garage to make it work.
Must be getting pretty tight in there with five teams.
Yes.
Or at least 5 different sets of equipment.
Yes.
The good thing, you know, and we try to encourage this about doing, for example, RobotX and RoboBoat is, sure, they're different sized boats, but there's a lot of transfer of the techniques and equipment. So you can use some of the same sensors, certainly a lot of the same software.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you look at our team video this year, we actually have a small RoboBoat going for buoy in the swimming pool, navigate for the buoy. So the RoboBoat actually has GPS, differential GPS also you on the RoboExpo, and the navigation camera perception is very similar. So they are applicable.
All right, well, it looks like we have Florida Atlantic University getting queued up with Team Autonomous. So, Alex, thank you very much for joining me. Runs looked great, so hopefully they brought in some good scores. And fingers crossed for a good placement in the finals.
Thank you.
All right, so coming up next, hopefully we'll have a team representative joining me. But we have, as I said, Florida Atlantic University with Team Autonomous. And looks like I have one of the owls up here to join me. How's it going?
Good.
I'm Zaz.
Hi, I'm Alina.
Alina?
Yeah.
Alina, thank you for joining me. I'm very excited.
I also have my advisor joining us.
Oh, okay, sure. Tell him to pull up a chair. We all have to share one microphone, unfortunately. So.
She's the main person. So.
All right. Yeah, this is very exciting. I've been watching your team all week. They were one of the, I think, the second to qualify, but only by about 8 minutes or something, right?
Yes, because we had our presentation that day, so we had to pull out.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so you were just in the water right away, qualifying, which, for the viewers at home, qualifying means to do a successful, a particular successful task on each of the task elements for 5 of them. So they have to do 5 of them, one of which has to be the heartbeat, the situational awareness task, and then that means they have a semi-final slot. So once you qualify, that means you have a lot of time to practice, sort of chaining tasks together, and seems like everything's been going pretty well. But have there been some major challenges you've had to overcome during the week?
Yes, so we did have our propeller guard break during one of the practices sections we had. But we had Teresa, who is one of our mechanists, who designed a temporary prop guard for us using the wires, and we got it running back again, and then we changed it to a much better solution.
That's great. Yeah, we've had a lot of teams with safety challenges this week with their propeller shrouds. We had some teams that hadn't had time to build them. We had some teams that broke them.
Yeah, we all got lost in the water during one of our practice sessions. Yeah,
and actually, for people at home, we have 13 teams in the competition this year, and I'm very proud. All 13 managed to, by the end of the week, pass safety and get out on the water. So that's been really great.
Yeah.
But you've been out there the whole time. So
yes,
again,
we were out on Sunday.
That means you came very prepared, and we love to see that.
Yeah.
What for the finals run? I'm trying to remember. I was on the second semifinals course yesterday. I don't remember what I saw, what I observed your team doing. So what's the finals run going to look like?
So we are planning on doing the scan the code and the follow the path and dock, and also the wildlife. So that's
Oh, great.
plan.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see that because I definitely did not see all of that yesterday.
Yeah,
I was on.
during the morning practice session, we kind of got the docking.
Mhm.
So we are hoping that we could also shoot the balls.
Great. I'm very much hoping to see a successful run at all of those tasks.
Yes, me too.
Team Autonomous is one of those teams that has been in this competition for quite a while now.
Yeah, they have competed since the beginning of the RobotX. This is the 5th competition from the team.
Yeah, we actually have alumni of your group on the technical director staff now.
Yeah, yes.
It's a
With
very
lot of
strong
alumni.
program.
Yeah.
Where are you at now in your university program?
I'm graduating this semester with my master's in computer science. So I have completed.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And has any of your have any thesis research work go into the boat?
There is a thesis work going on it, but it's not for me. It's for another team member. Saru's he's working on his thesis with the boat. Yeah, my help was with the vision, helping with the YOLO,
Okay.
mainly with annotation.
So it's like just spending some time getting set up here. Is that just sort of waiting for everything to get set up on the computer side?
Yeah. We have our team over there. They are setting it up.
Once again, for people tuning in from home, watching this, the first thing that has to be done to enter the course is to enter through one of these 3 entry gates, and suspended in the water beneath each of the gates is a pinger, which is not mandatory to detect the correct pinger, but it's extra points if they do. And do you have an acoustics team that is detecting the pinger?
I'm guessing no.
Okay.
We haven't done it.
So yeah, if for teams that have the capability to detect the pinger, they can earn extra points that way, but otherwise they can just pick a gate and go through it, and then on the way out, there's extra points for coming back through the same gate. How difficult was it? I explained to people a little earlier that the course has been reconfigured for finals, and so for teams, this is the first time they've seen exactly this course layout. How difficult is it for your team to adapt to a reconfigured course?
I'm not sure how difficult it is, but I do know that our team has a good LiDAR and camera setup, so that will help us to configure it, and they've been working on it, the 2 of my team members.
It's always a balance when you're designing a system like this between giving it some prior knowledge versus letting it figure it all out, because there's a time-based element to this. So certainly the RobotX, what they usually are the opportunity to score extra points. So doing tasks not quite in the correct way doesn't cost you anything, but it just doesn't mean you get the maximum. The light sequence I'm seeing here is green, red, blue, which is an interesting light sequence because I'm not sure if there actually is a green entry buoy for the follow the path task. I can't see it from here. Got a tent in the way.
Yeah. My team is in that tent.
I do see that we have red at the far end of the follow the path. So the entry must be either green or blue. Let's hope it's green, and that means we have a correct light sequence. control. See a UAV platform on the boat. What did your team end up doing with UAVs throughout the week?
So we did not put our UAV in the water yet, and we are not planning on doing it on the finals either. But we did have a UAV, which had a custom electronics box designed by our electronics engineer Caleb Wilson. But we couldn't have it put on the platform yet.
Did you fly any of the land-based courses?
We did fly it for some time yesterday on the drone song, but we did not do anything else with it. But
I think they were having communication issues when it got here.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, it's always risky to launch out on the water. As I mentioned earlier, we lost 2 yesterday.
Yeah, our drone was designed to float on the water, so it will not drown. And also, it's made waterproof. All the electronics is being made waterproof. It's in a box, and that box is being made waterproof, and they did test it too.
Yeah, well, that's clever to do that. Although I think the teams yesterday both thought their drone would float, but it didn't.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, we were very, very sad to see it. So I think we're going to have to figure out some way next year to confirm, or in 2 years' time, to confirm that UAVs will float, will be positively buoyant, without having to dunk them. So we have to figure out some kind of way to verify it. Maybe a weigh-in and then a float, take the floats off and test them for buoyancy or something like that.
Was they able to recover that?
They have not yet been recovered, but they will be eventually. We're not allowed to leave them there, so they'll be retrieved somehow. But because so much stuff blew into the water during the hurricane, it's actually not safe for us to send our own divers down. There's a lot of potential obstacles under the water, so I think we're going to have to get some people with all the right insurance and so on to come in and do it next week, most likely.
It's one of the things that we have designed. This was part of a project with the Department of Energy, is to have a platform that can recharge the UAV. So we are able to land it, captures it so that it doesn't fall off, and then it guides it onto these 2 plates, and using that is able to recharge.
I'm just going to repeat that for the viewers because I think our microphone reaches that far. So they have a Department of Energy partnership project to have a recovery system that allows the UAV to land, be grabbed and moved onto a charging system to recharge automatically out on the boat, which is great. And just an example of how many teams in this competition have industry partnerships, research partnerships, and they're using. This isn't just kind of like a playground competition. These are boats and platforms that are being used for real research. Several of the teams are out there doing water quality research, for example, like using these boats and using these platforms for activities throughout the 2-year break between competitions. So this is stuff that has immediate real-world relevance. We're really proud of that. We actually got very lucky with the weather this week. I said already earlier that this is kind of nearly a perfect day for the finals. It's pretty much the best day I think we've had this week. It's been okay, but we did have to shut down early one day with a storm coming through and a lightning warning. But fortunately only once. Other times we've been down in Florida, we've been deluged multiple times throughout the week, so I think we've got pretty lucky this time. nice facility. We've had RoboBoat here for the last couple of years as well, so we're very grateful to the City of Sarasota and to Nathan Bendison Park for allowing us to fill their aquatic center, kind of growing center with robots a couple of times a year now. So thank you very much to this locality for having us. I also promised that I would give a shout out to the Pyrotechnic Artists of Texas that are having a big shoot this weekend. So go Fire Ants. They said they were possibly going to tune in during the day, doing some manufacturing probably, and going to shoot some stuff off in the evening. We're going to have fireworks here tonight as well too. Coincidentally, coinciding, they're not our fireworks, but they're going to happen right at the end of our award ceremony. So we're sort of going to have the benefit of a little local celebration here. So hopefully everyone will stick around for that.
You have a special guest for the ceremony?
I'm not sure actually. The question was special guest for the ceremony. Special guest might be Santa. I believe that the reason for the fireworks is Santa is coming to the local mall, which I don't know how I feel about that. It's not even Thanksgiving yet.
I was asking the same question.
But yeah, we'll take the fireworks. We love the fireworks. Often in these final sequences a little bit of waiting as last minute bugs get squashed and difficulties crop up, and you never know what's going to happen, so sometimes we just have to watch and keep our fingers crossed that the technical teams in the tent will get everything ready to start a run. I definitely would like to give a shout out to those teams. This morning we had a last chance semifinals session to give some teams that had not got a spot in the finals, give them a chance to earn the cutoff score to get into the finals. And so I'm going to give a shout out to those teams that came out this morning and tried their best and didn't quite make it into the finals, but still gave it one more go, especially the teams that encountered just some problems that, through no fault of their own, stopped them having a run. So Georgia Tech, for example, they were out here and they had some communications issues, weren't able to get onto the course. So we felt very bad for them, and we were pleased that they were at least out here giving it a go. We know that they're capable of a lot, but just had some glitches get in the way this time. I'm sure we'll see them come back strongly in 2026. They've also been in this competition for a long time. University of Newcastle this morning as well. Of course, had a tragedy yesterday, and University of Florida. They both lost their aerial vehicles yesterday in the water, but they still were out here doing their best for one last semifinals run. So we really respect that kind of grit and determination.
She will be conveying from here.
Does not mean I'm doing it.
It's like
Just coming over to say hi.
I'm off camera.
Oh.
I think we're all off camera right now. We're just on mic. Do you, so someone's just joined us off mic here. Do you have an update for us on what's happening?
No, they're in between runs right now.
Okay.
They went towards the nav channel and then proceeded to go straight across the nav channel into the radio. So
Yeah, we saw that last round, but that seems like it's been a little while since then.
they're working on something.
Just working on something. While we wait to see what happens, just want to give a quick shout out to some of our main sponsors here for the Maritime RobotX Challenge. First and foremost, the Office of Naval Research, big supporters of STEM education and the kinds of real-world research applications that these competitions showcase. So thanks a lot to ONR. We've also got the MathWorks out here. They've been big supporters of us for a long time. SolidWorks, Blue Robotics, we're real game changers in these competitions, and so we're grateful to have their support. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce, maybe IVEX, Cadence, SpaceX gave us some great water bottles to all the students out here. Hydronalics and OnShape also are supporting us. So thank you very much to our sponsors. Very important for us to support our pipeline of new scientists and engineers in the maritime space. So how long were you on this team up until graduation? And are you going to continue on for PhD?
Not at the moment. I joined the team in May of this year.
Okay.
As I did an internship during the summer with Dr. Danak under this project, which candidated on to become a research assistant during the fall semester.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how long I have been with it. I haven't been with it for a long time. This is my first time with Maritime RobotX.
Well, that's great. I'm sure they were great, and they were very glad to have you on board.
I hope so too.
Do you know what you're doing next?
I'm not currently looking for jobs.
Okay.
So I've been in the pursuit of applying and searching for a good opportunity. Yeah.
Another thing that's really good about these competitions is the networking.
Yes.
There's a lot of interesting people in the space coming to be judges and volunteers. And as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Travis from FAU is now working for Nanyang Pacific and still involved in these competitions from the organizing side. And I've seen a few competition alumni here this week that now have positions with organizations that are out here. So
Yes,
it's a good way to.
Yeah, I did network with a lot of people. The only trouble being I'm an international student here, so it's a little difficult.
Mm-hmm.
So because Navy requires that you be a citizen, but regardless, it was great connecting with a lot of people. Yeah, I did connect to a lot. Many of them talked to them about their research and everything. It was nice.
Yeah, I got to meet some interesting people out here this week too. There was a local aquarium research group that had a little display in the team tent. I don't know if you saw, they had a slocum glider and an AUV and a boat. Yeah, so they were doing some really interesting research for aquariums based in this part of Florida. So there's a lot of civilian science applications that are going on in this space. It's very nice to have them come and find out more about what we're doing, and we can find out about them.
Yeah.
thing that we don't have here is a clock to know to know where we are in this time slot. You know what time it is? All right, so okay. So if we were not running a bit behind, there'd be about 9 minutes left of the running clock, but I think perhaps a few minutes more. So definitely time for them to do another run if they get everything together.
Sorry about that.
No problem. I might, in case anyone's just tuning in, I might run them through the task descriptions again. This is what they can expect to see out there. Task 1 is the invisible task, the situational awareness and reporting, and that is where the robot sends back some information in what we call a heartbeat message back to the technical director's server so that we can verify that the robot is correctly interpreting and reporting certain aspects of the course, everything from the current time and time zone and location to the competition elements that it detects. The first on-water task is the entrance and exit gates, so that's what this particular robot is facing right now, a gate being a gap between two navigational buoys. There's an acoustic pinger suspended between one of these three gates, and so for maximum points the robot should detect the pinger and go through that gate, and then at the end of their run they exit through the same gate. The task with all the red and green buoys off to the far right is the follow the path, so that's a navigation channel that the robot should proceed down and try to go between each red and green buoy pair and not hit anything. Then there is the scan the code task, which is the flashing light buoy in the center. So the surface vessel should read those three colors in the flashing light sequence and then use them to inform some of the other tasks. Then we have the dock and deliver, so three docks that the boat should try to dock in the correct dock and then fling balls through those two apertures. More points for the small one than the big one. Off to the left, the three spherical colored buoys, red, green, and blue, is the wildlife encounter task, where the boat should circle the correct one. And then we have two UAV-based tasks. On the right, two platforms where the aerial vehicle can pick up tins and move them to the other. And then on the left, two targets that the aerial vehicle should fly a search pattern and then report the locations of those two tasks. Looks like you guys are coming back to the dock.
Yes. So I don't know what happened, so go have a look at it.
Yeah, why don't you, unless someone's going to come and tell us.
We've got.
I can switch with you if you want.
Thank you. It was nice talking to you.
Yeah, Alina, thank you very much for joining us. Let us know what you find out.
Yeah, we have about 9 minutes left for this time slot, so they're bringing it back to try to get some additional work done and hopefully get it back out there.
Do we have any word on what the issue was?
No, we don't.
Okay.
We're waiting to hear. Hopefully we'll get some information and get it back for you. Yeah.
One of these things with robots is you can never really tell just by looking at them what they're up to.
100%. I know we like to joke and try to figure out like how exactly are you planning to go about this, and the reality is the machine kind of decides on its own.
Yeah. And that's of course the reason for the invisible task, the situational awareness
Yes.
task, is that's an ability for us to get some information back from the internals of the robot to just verify that it knows its location, position, heading, and that the decisions that it's making out on the course are based on things that it's really scanned from the scan the code task.
Absolutely, and I think that's the big thing is safety is always the #1 priority, and being aware of everything that's going on in the course. We're incredibly impressed with all of our students for being able to even just accomplish that, so that we can be aware of what's happening with our machines, but we're kind of excited to see with bated breath what FAU is going to be able to accomplish next. It looks like
coming
they're-
back already.
Yeah,
so
coming back.
hopefully that was a quick fix. Yeah, once again, very, very proud of all of our teams out here. 13 teams came with boats, and all 13 were able to come into compliance with our safety requirements, pass safety inspection, and get out on the water. And I'm not sure, I think that they all were able to autonomously transit the navigation channel, but I'm not
I believe
100%
so as well,
about
yeah.
that. So that's a big deal. That's essentially the ability to get out in the water safely and then do some autonomous navigation. Being able to pass that navigation channel is not super straightforward. You have to be able to follow a heading and go from point A to point B autonomously, and that's a big part of it.
100%, 100%. We're even excited that we've had a couple teams that have joined us on site that weren't able to get their autonomous surface vehicles here, but they were able to bring some aerial vehicles and participate in at least part of the competition.
Right.
What you won't see on this live stream is all week we've had an entire, what we've called the drone zone, where those teams have been able to test out and do some of those tasks for the aerial vehicles.
Yeah, thank you very much to Dave Novick, who's actually the technical director of RoboSub. He's been out here putting in long hours at the drone zone, making sure all those teams were able to get certified with their aerial vehicles. And I think we're all surprised by the amount of activity we saw out there. At one point we had 5 teams simultaneously out on the drone zone preparing their aerial vehicles. So I think really exceeded expectations for performance out and in the air as part of this competition.
100%. I think even just mentioning our RoboSub competition, it's one of the things that I think makes RoboNation a little bit special is that we've got 9 programs across multiple domains, and so we want to give all of our students opportunities, not just here in the water, on the surface, but underwater, in the air. We've got some ground vehicle competitions as well. It's a privilege to be able to serve students that are at this high-end side of robotics and RobotX, but we also work with K-12 students all the way down in our program called Sea Perch, which is a remotely controlled vehicle. So that vehicle, we do know a little bit more what's going to be going on, unlike something like this where it's tethered. So a lot of times you'll see that those underwater vehicles that have a big old cable or a tether, those are being driven by somebody specifically. So they're unmanned, but they are being controlled, unlike these ones that we see on the water.
Yeah, and people sometimes ask when they're very new to this, why a robot boat? That happens to me all the time. I say, I'm going to a robot boat competition. A robot boat, what's the point there? And the point is that the surface is the interface between the water and the air, and that's why we have underwater and overwater elements to this competition. We have the pingers, the acoustic pingers under the start gate, so there has to be some sensing. In order to get the maximum points, there needs to be some sensing under the water, and then also we have this whole aerial element, because that's a unique capability of the boat, that it can launch and recover an aerial vehicle, and there's just so much that you can do with that once you're out on the water, potentially miles away from land. There's all kinds
100%.
of tasks where you might want to take a look from above.
Yeah, and it's fun. It's the aerial component of this competition has been growing. This is the second time we've done it at RobotX. Oz may have mentioned that already. And last year, only 2 teams during the finals were able to attempt having the aerial vehicle take off and land on their surface vehicle. So it's been fun to watch how many teams are able to bring those drones onto the water this year. Seeing that. It's also one of those things too, there's a very high risk cost analysis that they have to take when they're over the water. We've actually lost a couple into the water this week, and so it's a reminder to those students to make sure you're following all those good safety checks, ensuring you have proper flotation on your drone, all those kinds of things. It's those real world learning lessons that they're getting here, that it's much better to get it in this kind of environment than it is out in the real world when they're doing work. So we're happy
it's easy to forget how quickly personal aerial vehicles have become a thing. The barrier for us getting the aerial component in this competition hasn't really been the technology. In 2016 and 2018, we were already talking about it, and the regulatory framework was not there yet. So we were out in Hawaii 2 times in a row. We certainly had the desire to have this aerial component, but we couldn't. Those permissions and the ability to even ask for those permissions was not really in place yet. Of course, that's exploded in the last few years, and you kind of forget how soon, how over such a short period we've gone from no one even knowing who to ask and how to being able to get this done and have this very, very complex platform that enables launch and recovery from of an aerial vehicle from a surface platform.
Exactly. It looks like their vehicle may be taking a quick run back onto the course, so we're hopeful that they'll be back in action right now.
Yeah, it looks like it's, I can see the green light, looks like it's in autonomous mode, heading towards gate 1, and as talking with my judge hat on for a second, we always, we may not know, because we can't see it, which gate has the pinger, but when the autonomous marine system appears to make a choice and not go for the closest gate, we always hope that means that it's successfully identified the pinger, and that's why it's done that. And we will of course know when it's time to total those scores where the pinger actually was.
Exactly.
It's always positive to see it take the long way, because you're like, all right, hopefully that means that it's gone out of its way to enter through the pinger gate. This black buoy that it's passing right now, we sort of just sprinkle the course with a few obstacle buoys. The black buoys are all obstacles, and again, being able to navigate the course without running into any of those helps them achieve the maximum point score.
This FAU team is a fun group of students. You met one of them earlier. Participated in both our Sea Perch programs, both as a high school student all the way up to where he is now at university here at FAU. So Clayton is their team captain, and he's representing them well today. So we're excited to see how he's been working this out and making his vehicle so successful.
Yeah, this of course is an international competition. We've got teams from several countries here, and when I was giving shout-outs earlier to the teams who were in the last chance semifinals runs this morning, also like to give a shout-out to our team from Chile. They, I think, probably were pretty close to the cutoff. They had a very capable UAV launch and search pattern flying behavior, so they entered the gates and then they launched the UAV. A very nice kind of Boustrophodon type lawn mowing pattern over the course, doing a search. So that was really great to see, and we're super happy to have them up here all the way from Chile. And they've also been a team that everyone has loved interacting with. They've brought a lot of energy and spirit to the competition.
Definitely, they've got the joy and excitement that we love seeing here in our competitions. As I'm sure you can kind of tell, our competition's a little bit more relaxed. Robot. We're proud of each of our students of collaborating with each other. When they have going on, if they need different components or need help with some of their coding, it's great to see members of all these different teams go over and help them out, and Chile's been one of those that have been really great with that.
I'm not sure if this freeze here is our monitor or the broadcast, but if you're seeing a frozen image and still hearing us, don't fret, we're going to fix that soon. Yeah, also on the international topic, the Sea Perch, that whole Sea Perch sort of middle school starting off thing, that's also an international competition, and we have Sea Perch teams all around the world. I was super thrilled to see a Sea Perch team in Australia last time, or one time that I was home. I saw that there was a local Sea Perch team, so that whole kind of international flavor to this starts very early.
Yeah, we've got teams from all over. We have teams from the Middle East, we've got teams from Africa, from Europe, folks down in New Zealand as well. If you want to see a competition that's got high energy, we've got almost 200 teams that go through Sea Perch. So imagine 1,000 middle school and high school students in one university for a day and a half. It's exciting, it's fun. But those students, they just have an absolute blast for sure.
So out on the course now, looks like we've got our video back, and FAU is right up there against the scan the code light buoy. There's no penalties for physically interacting with that platform, so no worries about that. They can basically, that's actually kind of an intentional technique you could do in this competition, is sort of use the platform as a stabilizing feature. Get right up there to make sure that you get a good look at that code, so no problems with doing that. We probably draw the line at really pushing that element around the course, but getting up and kind of docking with it is totally fine.
So as I was mentioning earlier, we've got a lot of support from the Office of Naval Research, and it's fantastic too for our students, because when they come here, they're not just being judged by folks that are just volunteering for their time here, but they're getting real world folks from different naval commands across the U.S. as well as folks from industry, both international and domestic here in America. And so it's a great opportunity for them to learn what options they have for potential careers, as well as have some highly technically sound folks be able to give them some feedback on what they're doing.
Yeah, and it's definitely worth noting too that the Navy employs a lot of civilians. They're not all career military people, and so there's that opens up a whole world of different jobs than you might expect, that are all under the auspices of the Navy. If you go on YouTube, actually I helped with a bunch of naval STEM videos that you can go and see and get an in-depth look at some of the really interesting research projects some of these civilian Navy researchers are working on. So things like tracking of pinnipeds, which are seals and sea lions and so on, and then we have pinniped whiskers, some super interesting research there, and some whale tracking stuff. So definitely go check out those naval STEM videos. I learned a lot from making them, and I think you'll learn from watching them too.
Yeah, we've got some great guests that are visiting here with us today, and so I'm going to pass it over to somebody we're really grateful to have here on site. It's the Chief of Naval Research. These are the folks that make it all happen, and so we're going to bring him over right now.
A real VIP on the desk.
Oh, no. Hi, how are you? Hi, I'm Kurt.
Kurt, thanks for joining me. Yeah, have a seat.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're just been super grateful to the Navy for all of these years, for all the support that they've put into STEM education and supporting all these students in their studies and also their research.
Excellent.
Well, hey, thank you.
Thank you, and it's an honor to be here. I'm just so excited. The minute I had a chance to walk into the tent, I could just feel the energy, and it's inspiring. These young folks from around the world coming together to learn and study together and team. It's just fantastic. So thank you for all your support. I know you've been a long-time champion of this great event, so thank you for what you do.
Yeah. So it's total feedback loop. I was had some funding from ONR when I was in graduate school, so there's just a lot of loops get closed at something like this. And I think you really hit the nail on the head about learning from each other and this whole international aspect to it. I think of this really as a conference that also has a competition, and you see these students come from all over the world. They bring energy, they bring new ideas, and they share it. They're very generous in terms of sharing their approaches to a difficult problem.
Yeah, I can't agree more. Just seeing not only there's a competition element, but there's also this making new friends, making new colleagues, teaming together. You could see the teams helping each other and cheering each other on. It's just a wonderful, of all the best that's in science and research, and these young folks are going to go on to continue to do great things, just like you did after your time as well. And so it's just, I can't tell you, I was so thrilled. Chris was our ONR autonomy lead let me know this was going on, and I was just so happy to come down here.
Yeah,
and
I'm glad you had the opportunity. It was a big surprise to me when I heard that you might even be on site. That's super great.
I wouldn't miss it. And so, hey, I understand also that that course has changed over the years a little bit, and it's becoming increasingly more challenging. That's fascinating. As working with the team here, what are some elements that have been added over the years, to educate me a little bit on how this great event is put together?
Yeah, well, a big one was what we were just talking about earlier in terms of this being a multi-domain competition. The surface vehicle has this unique position at the interface, and so we've wanted, for a long time to incorporate the aerial component, for example. We just needed to have the regulatory permission in place to do that. But so now we've got this whole autonomous launch and recovery thing happening, and that involves both search and report, and then also this replenishment idea of moving one thing to another with the aerial vehicle. And so we're not quite, this is the first year that we've sort of really fully supported that out on the water as opposed to on land, and we're not yet seeing that this time, but that's what we try to do. Is we always have some reach goals that we don't expect to be instantly met, but I can pretty much guarantee in 2 years' time we'll be seeing that get attempted. So every year we kind of move that goalpost a little bit further out.
Yeah. No, thank you for that, and it really is just truly impressive what the teams have been able to accomplish. And I understand too that Chris and the team have been educating me on how the conditions change out on the water, the sun angle, all those things make the sensing harder. It seems like that's got to be a big challenge for the students, huh?
It really is, and it's one of those things that makes all the difference between sitting in the classroom and studying things out of a book versus coming to this competition. Because there's so many things that you wouldn't necessarily think about until you're out here on the water.
Yeah.
The need to stabilize those sensor platforms, for example, to deal with wind and currents and so on, change in lighting conditions, all those kinds of things that certainly you can kind of academically understand that those are factors, but how difficult they really are to deal with, you don't know until you try.
Oh, that's so cool. I was thinking about also, all these different schools from around the world. They each come at these challenges with their unique strengths and perspectives. As you've been watching it, I was wondering, are you seeing some of these teams have been doing it for a number of years, some are new. It must be fascinating for you with the perspective you've had to see how the competition has changed and also how these unique perspectives are coming together.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I find really interesting is just aspects like, how do individual students contribute in terms of the research they bring often and the energy and so on versus there's this constant throughput, there's a constant cycle. So you might have an established team, but they've had all this throughput. So how have they prepared their teams for that change in personnel? How have they documented things? How have they made sure that the pipeline is continuous? So all of those aspects are really, really interesting.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, it's really exciting. I think about, our relationships with some of our university friends, both here in the United States and, of course, overseas. And it's also interesting to see how things that were starting in just basic research are now at the forefront and available. That's got to be very exciting too, as well, knowing your background and how things have moved. As you're kind of looking downrange, any new technologies out there that you think these students should be thinking about?
Well, I think the really big one is AI, right? And the different types of AI. That word has always been kind of that term's been a loaded term, and it's always been kind of a marketing term. But what it means has had some subtle changes, and so. One interesting thing, the team that was just out on the water, Florida Atlantic, one of their students, his thesis work that was applied to the boat was using genetic algorithms to automatically design the controller for doing station keeping and so on. And so that's an AI component that maybe hasn't been talked about so much in recent years. But Dan Dietz, a big supporter of at ONR, his PhD was in genetic algorithms. So seeing those different techniques bubble back to the surface and get new legs. The same way we've just seen neural networks. People had put that in a bucket of like, oh, that's not really going to ever do much for us, and now that's what people mean when they say AI. So that kind of cyclic nature to things and old techniques becoming new again and finding new purposes. I think we'll see some more of that down the track.
That's really cool. Yeah, I had the pleasure of serving and working with Dan Dietz for many years too, and really exciting. His work and the accomplishments he's made over many years in that field. And, I kind of think folks like him and you and many others were on the forefront of that work that's now become so much more accessible and knowledgeable to many people. But that's interesting, the station keeping aspect and learning from it. That's got to be fascinating.
Yeah, to me, that's sort of the interesting aspect is taking this thing that used to, that many people do manually and automating it. This is all about automation, but it's not just about automating the high-level things. Sometimes there are these low-level things that we kind of assume have to be done manually, and maybe we don't have to do it that way.
Wow, it's amazing. It's another thing that's so impressive, and is how the team here, the faculty, the judges, I can't thank them enough. Here it is. It's a holiday weekend, and to all the folks that work so hard to make this happen for the students, thank you so much. Thanks to all of them. their time and effort. What are some of the things you and the team have done, to kind of, I'll use the phrase, kind of set the conditions for such a positive learning environment, but a challenge at the same time?
Yeah, it's always difficult to know how much that we can take credit for in terms of the design and how much is sort of organic.
Yeah.
And I think a big part of what we maybe can't take credit for is the way that the teams come to the competition already in the spirit of collaboration.
Yeah.
Like, they don't come wanting to silo secrets away from each other.
Yeah.
And I think it's because the domain is so difficult.
Yeah.
They're all kind of competing against the course instead of competing against each other. So we've when the students come, when we talk to the first-time students, they say, "This just blew, the collaborative spirit here just blew me away," and it blows us away too. And I don't know that we can really say that that's anything that we did. I think it's just kind of the nature of the beast in some ways.
Yeah.
We haven't created this really artificial environment where competition is all there is.
Yeah.
What we've done is taken a mostly real world environment where it's you versus the competition. It's you versus and everyone's kind of in it together.
That's
you know
awesome.
what I mean?
Yeah, it's we're all the forces of nature, and the course itself is the challenge, not each other.
Yeah. So to the extent
fantastic.
that I think that we can pat ourselves on the back for that, I think it's that we don't fight that. We run with that, and we embrace it, and we don't try to reduce everything to a very artificial environment.
Yeah. Oh, that's really cool. And congratulations. Whatever the secret formula is, it's obviously working.
Thank you very much.
So I'm excited there. Curious too, as you look at the competition in the next 5 years and going on, any advice to those teams out there on the technologies that are on the cusp that they should be thinking about to be in that leader position, to be successful and to team with their other colleagues?
Yeah, I mean, mostly it's just to, while you're out here, talk to the other teams, see what's working and what will help you along. For anyone who's thinking of starting a team, get in touch. All of these teams are really open to helping out newcomers. They do a lot of data sharing, and that's a thing that we've helped with. They started doing it informally. So again, we can't take credit for the idea, but we've tried to facilitate a central platform where they can contribute, for example, sensor camera data that they've captured in these competitions, and then they can all go and train their models based on this data. So, one of the first things the team told me this week was how helpful Georgia Tech had been by dumping a ton of their captured data about 10 days before the competition.
Oh, wow.
So this is stuff that they'd done in their practice. They'd captured all this video, and then they put it on the repository for everyone to use. So that's the advice I would give anyone who's in the competition or thinking about being in it, is to just don't be shy. Make contact, connect with the other teams, go to the forums and so on, because everyone wants to help people out and lift the whole group up.
That's excellent. And I understand there's also access to kind of a bit of a virtual trainer too, to build some capacity there. That's got to be really helpful as well. Yeah,
that's something that I was super excited about right from the first time. That with the previous ONR supporter of this competition, Kelly Cooper, was the one who spearheaded that, and I thought that was exactly what needed to happen. Is that people needed to lower the inertia on doing testing, so they needed a simulation environment, so they didn't have to always be getting out in the water. And so one thing that I always look for now that we have this is, what are the teams using it for? Are they getting the most out of it? Have they tested their algorithms on that simulation? So that Florida Atlantic example I gave, they used the VRX, we call it, the Virtual RobotX simulator, quite heavily on that genetic algorithm controller tuning system, and make sure they had their boat model and everything correct, and then they would verify it out on the real water. So I think that's a really important element of this, and we're glad to have it.
Wonderful. Well, on behalf of the scientists and engineers at the Office of Naval Research and the Naval Research Lab, and really the whole U.S. Navy, and really everyone, thank you so much for you doing this, and the whole RoboNation team, and all the competitors, judges, and everybody. It's just an honor to be a small part of it, and thank you again.
Yeah, well, thank you. Your support is very much appreciated, and I hope you have a great time the rest of the finals.
I will, sir. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Wow, very, very, very exciting to get to have a chat with the Chief of Naval Research there. Right now we have Embry Riddle out in the water, Team Minion, and looks like we've got a representative coming up. How's it going? Adam, thank you very much for joining us. I'm Zaz, and your team. I got the opportunity to judge in the semifinals yesterday. You had a pretty good run on Course Alpha where I was. That was really cool. I've been impressed with your team for many years, participating in many of these competitions, defending champions for RobotX 2022 in Sydney.
Yep.
And just really hoping we see some good luck for you in this finals run, because we definitely know from what we've seen this week that you're capable of doing a lot out there. So how is everything going?
Everything's going pretty good. We're really excited. A lot of hard work went into these past 2 years. So we semi have a plan, or we actually do have a plan of what's going to happen. So we're going to do entry gate. We're going to try to aim for the light tower. The light tower is the big dependent task we're really hoping on here, because the color sequence really depends on what we're going to do next, or how many points we could get. So AKA the docking bay. Correct light tower, you can dock in the correct bay. Our next plan was to shoot our ball launcher and then use our UAV to fly up, fly down, and then do UAV replenishment.
The replenishment?
Not the replenishment.
Oh.
Sorry.
You got me really excited there.
Oh.
Like I just, and also made a little bit of made a liar out of me, but I was excited for it because I just told everyone I don't think we'd see it today. But
no, you're still good. You're still good. We're gonna do the UAV task, and then hopefully finish off with either wildlife or follow the path, depending on basically how the course is arranged, whether or not it sees what first. After that, we will do exit gate. So that is our plan. We hope to attempt every task except for the last UAV task.
All right, amazing.
Yeah.
Just for everyone who's watching and maybe heard me say before about the status lights, I think Minion is the one exception who's chosen to use blue for autonomy mode. So those blue panels there on the side of the boat, that means we're in autonomous mode. Probably either has just or is about to scan the code.
Yep.
And how did the practice run go this morning? Is everything kind of working the way it should?
In theory, yes. It went pretty good this morning. We definitely got to test a few things, fine-tune some things we made from last night, and we're optimistic.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
We've I spent a lot of time just warning people that not everything always goes to plan in the finals, but we always hope that it will. And also, certainly things didn't for every team go to plan in the semifinals. So we're very glad to have the 6 teams we do here in the finals. Yeah. But we know from you being the defending champs that you're capable of a lot. So it looks like heading over to wildlife encounter?
Yes. I believe it's searching for the dock, or searching a general area. There's just so many things that have to go right for this, though, for everything to sequence.
The light tower is flashing RBR, so the third one is wildlife encounter, right?
Yep.
Am I correct? So that means the red buoy, the Python, should be circled twice to get the points for the wildlife encounter.
It looks like we went into RC. So
okay.
I think we're gonna retry.
Which part of this year's boat did you work on, or this year's entry?
So I'm the hardware team lead, so oftentimes I get to work on a bunch of projects, a little bit of everything. So besides that, I got to did some upgrades to the light panels, so basically fixed the boards. We were just having issues over time. Things definitely began to degrade, and I did a lot of restoration. Helped out with the drone team. So we actually have a capture mechanism designed, though I just don't know if we're too confident to try it. We got azimuthing to work. That was also a big thing.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you were involved in the novel holonomic drive system that you guys have figured out with the two azimuthing rear thrusters.
I was not part of it, but I did hop in whenever they needed me. That was I watched it as it grew. It was pretty interesting.
Were you at the competition in 2022?
Yes, I was.
Can you remind me what happened with the UAV then? Because I remember something happened, but I don't remember which of the two somethings it was. Were you the ones that ended up getting caught in the rigging, or
Exactly?
That's right. Okay,
yes, it was totally planned. It was meant.
A very fortunate recovery where it got caught in the ropes to the side and did not fall in the water.
Yes, we got really lucky on that one. That was pretty good. This year we're implementing April tags like many of the other teams, so hopefully we can go ahead and land.
Yeah, I mean, in addition to the fact that you won this competition last year, been involved from the beginning, the RoboTX Association at Embry Riddle has in the past participated in basically all of the RoboNation competitions. So I definitely want to respect that. But in addition to all of that, I feel like Embry Riddle has been one of the most sort of high-spirited teams in terms of being the first to tackle some of the challenges. Like I remember at RoboBoat, the first year that we had an aerial vehicle component, sure enough, it was Embry Riddle that brought it. So I think that your team gets very excited about the potential of everything in these competitions.
Yeah, we're definitely really passionate about some of the stuff we design, especially if it involves planes, or aerial vehicles in general. I think it's our bread and butter. Hopefully, we have a great staff, and they're really open to helping everyone, no matter what level you're into.
So back in autonomy mode here, entering through gate 2. Code scan looks like RGR. So I think that would mean red entrance to the follow the path, green dock, and red wildlife encounter. Sorry to abandon you for a sec. I just wanted to run and grab my sandwich.
Totally fair.
Yeah, over here at the commentary desk, it's very hard for us to know if the robot has successfully scanned the code or not. All we can do is see what it does. But once again, that code gets sent back through the heartbeat protocol to the technical director server, so we can verify that and award points for successful code scanning. Since we were just talking about aerial vehicles and the replenishment task, is that something that you think your team will be working on for next time? I saw that you had a magnetic pickup device, but
yes.
not a way to release it. So is that something that the mechanical side of the team will be thinking about a lot between now and 2026?
We actually came up with, the last few days, a lot of thinking has been going on, but we came up with a way to release it. So it definitely has to be improved upon, but we were actually going to just drop the plate at the platform. So we have a linear actuator, just going to drop it, and then we just leave it where we got to deliver it.
Yeah, that seems totally reasonable.
Yeah, there are definitely a few upgrades, though, that we plan on these next 2 years working on, especially with the drone.
I'm really looking forward to seeing some attempts at that task. I think that's it may, to the uninitiated, it may seem easy, but I think it's not easy, and it's risky.
Yes.
Those platforms are not big, and even the slightest bumping into something can cause an instability that could result in loss of the platform. So that's something that teams are going to want to be pretty comfortable with before they try out on the water.
Yes, really comfortable. Especially a big gust of wind. Oh,
Yeah.
there goes your capture system.
That's right. Yeah, it's totally one thing to maybe do this inside a big warehouse or something like that, very controlled conditions. But out here, these winds are pretty unpredictable.
Yep.
And then you've also got the fact that once you've picked the thing up, now you've got slightly different weight and balance. Now you've got more of a little bit of a sail attached to you. You know, it's like very, very easy to think about this in the abstract and say, oh, let's just do that. But the devil is very much in the details of that task.
100%. Pick up a tin, you could block any of your sensors, and then throws everything off, or a sequence of events could go wrong.
So one thing we've seen a few runs start, but not a launch yet. At what point will the robot have kind of a go no go in terms of launching the UAV?
Yeah. So our plan is to launch the UAV as soon as we get to the dock and deliver task.
Okay.
So we will shoot our ball launcher, hopefully make it in, but then at that moment, the aerial vehicle, UAV, will fly up and try to do its tasks.
So let me ask you maybe a kind of a strategy question here that's based on what I saw this morning in the for a different team in the semifinals qualifying. So the team that's joining us from Chile, I said that earlier in the broadcast, they launched their UAV and flew a very, very solid search pattern with it. But while that was happening, the boat sort of waited for the return of the UAV. So they spent, in terms of a cost-benefits analysis, they spent a lot of time ensuring that the recovery platform was, available for it to be recovered. So, in terms of your strategy, what's the sort of calculus involved in waiting to dock and deliver before launching the UAV, rather than launching the UAV and then kind of doing their tasks in parallel?
Yeah. So for dock and deliver, we have a pretty long wait time just to make sure we either line up or be at the right bay. So I believe when we dock, that's really, I would like to say, the spot where you stay still the most relative to the dock. So we decided to take off from there, and that was roughly our strategy.
Okay.
I believe we're going to stay still the whole time, our best in the dock, and not go ahead and veer off. It's just, you really don't know what could go wrong in any sequence, and one wrong thing and your UAV is no longer available.
But like another strategy might be to launch the UAV, do whatever, and then stay still wherever you happen to be when it's time for the UAV to land.
Yeah.
That's just so. Was that something that was discussed, or?
It definitely was. As time progressed, I mean, we had a lot of networking issues, getting stuff to communicate from the drone and the boat, or just in general from the boat to the ground station. It's one of those big problems we face, and I'm sure a lot of other teams also face it.
Yeah, that's a really important point. Informing that question, and also a lot of other stuff we've seen today, is that the communications, despite how far we've come with wireless communications, they cannot be 100% relied on, even in a relatively small area like this. We've seen teams lose comms out on the water in various ways, and so what do you do if the drone's in the air and the boat can't tell it where it is? Then you've got to have some sort of a fallback, a safety, a safe way for the drone to say, all right, I'm gonna fall back to maybe coming back to the land recovery area.
Yeah, it's definitely a big problem we face. Yeah, I know the big things we tried doing this year around was, from all the teams, was making a frequency allocation, so we know we're not going to overlap. Try to diminish that that loss of connection.
It's one of those things, when you're debugging, it's like sometimes you don't think about just basic connectivity. It's like when everything else has been eliminated, it's the cable, and out here, where things aren't physically connected, it's just like that wireless connection is something that really can and does go wrong.
Yeah, definitely does.
I think it was Embry Riddle I was having this conversation with that maybe in 2 years' time we might see boats with Starlink on top, right? And just really going to the satellite and back instead of point to point out here.
We were discussing
that might sort of counterintuitively that might be more reliable.
Agreed. Yeah, we were talking about that. That'd be really cool to have some sort of like Starlink system. Hopefully a lot better than having a bunch of antennas overlapping or when we test at home, we're the only ones there, so we often don't even we'd still have networking problems, but it's not as severe as it is here.
Yeah, that's something the CNR who was just on asked me about advice for teams, and that's just something we see more or less every year at these competitions. Certainly the ones that are above the water, that new teams come and are often unprepared for just how noisy the RF environment is at the competition. So one way to get ahead of the game there is to come prepared with higher gain antennas than you think you might need and stuff like that. Make sure that your RF comms gear is at least a step or two above what you think you might need when you're testing back at home.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Hopefully we have a few prospective competitors out there watching the stream. They're taking some notes.
More gain, write that down. Yeah. Okay, hopefully we can detect dock.
It's interesting how just about every angle that we have here is deceptive. Our own eyes from here, and then also the camera. The perspective is often a little unfriendly. That looked to me on the camera view that the viewers here are seeing that it was pointed straight at the dock, but we can see that it was not.
No. We believe it might be going for alignment at the Green Bay.
See that light blue? Green would be the correct dock.
Okay.
It's looking pretty good. And of course, we just talked earlier about your actuation system and ability to strafe horizontally.
Yes.
So that really, really helps with the docking task. And this is looking great. Right into the green. The green dock there. There's a lot of technicalities about what counts as a dock or not, but there is no question whatsoever about this one. That's definitely a docking. And not sure if we'll be able to pick it up on the camera here, but hopefully we'll see some balls launch.
Oh, there goes one.
Heard it. I see it splash behind the dock there.
I believe we're gonna try and shoot two.
I see a kayaker going to pick up a projectile, but I couldn't tell if it was projectile or projectiles plural. They're allowed to load a maximum of 4, correct?
Yeah. Looks like our aerial vehicle did not take off.
Does not appear so, but the boat is still in autonomous mode.
Yes.
Once again, for the viewers at home, each run is scored independently, and the best run is the final score. So there is no disincentive to trying again. And sometimes it may even be advantageous to lock in a short run with a reasonably high points value just to have that as a backstop, and then maybe only then try riskier maneuvers.
Yeah.
My heart broke for Newcastle yesterday when they lost their drone, not just because they lost it, but also because it launched prior to entering the entrance gate, so they actually didn't even get any points for the launch, I believe. So that was just very, very sad to see.
It's unfortunate.
And they're somewhere in the middle of the follow the path task, still in autonomous mode. Yep, that goes into manual. One thing I've been wondering about, and you're probably the wrong person to ask, being on the mechanical team, but I'm curious just how difficult it is to detect those bicolored marker buoys for the start and end of the follow the path task, because that's a new thing this year. That's something that people haven't been used to, and maybe a little less replicable back in the lab. I don't know, but yeah, I'm curious whether that has been causing problems for people, or if they've really been attempting it or not.
Yeah.
So it's a small detail, but again, it's something new.
It changes a lot. I know I've labeled some of the data, and I've not seen any of those, like especially at home when we try and do these tests or try and replicate the conditions.
Yeah, that's a really important point. A new visual element means that the data that people use to train their models suddenly, is missing that until we've been on this course and had a chance to, to get those get examples of that for training in situ.
Yeah.
So we've just been informed 7 minutes left on this run. If I knew what the time was, I could tell you where we are relative to the schedule. But this will mark when this run is done. This will mark the midpoint of our final sequence. So once again, if anyone's just tuned in and is wondering what's happening, we have it up on the screen. But this is Team Minion, Embry Riddle on the course. Coming up next, we have Bumblebee from the National University of Singapore, followed by Macro from the Korea Maritime and Ocean University, and then rounding out the final sequence, Archimedes from Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. So yeah, seven minutes, more than enough time to go and do we start another run and clock some points up. So let's hope we see an autonomous signal shortly.
Looks like we're going autonomous.
There we go. Oh, immediate. Oh. So, a brief red like that is the most likely cause of loss of comms?
Not really. It's more of like a misalignment. I believe, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's like a misalignment from when they go auto at the ground station, remote. But I'm not 100% sure about how that system works necessarily.
One thing I asked the last person who was up here from Florida Atlantic was about research interests. Where are you at in your college career, and how do your interests align with what you've been doing on the team?
Yeah, so I'm a senior studying electrical engineering, and I fortunately had the opportunity to do an Embry internship. It was pretty exciting. I did it at Keyport, so it was really good. And really how I got introduced into this was we have a NEEC research agreement, and I got exposed early to being able to do like research projects. And after that, I fell in love, got into an internship, hopefully again this summer. Pretty exciting. But yeah, that's where it's been pointing me.
All right, scanning the code, GBG. That's what I see. So yeah, you're a double E and they put you as mechanical lead?
Yes.
I feel like anyone who works on one of these teams ends up, at some point they get pushed a little bit out of their comfort zone, right?
Yeah, it's a little learning curve, but oftentimes there's a lot of overlap between many things. A lot of things you have to consider that you wouldn't consider as a double E.
Yeah.
But it's definitely an interesting learning experience.
Yeah, a big one there is thermal. Yeah, we see at these competitions a lot. You know, you're out there baking in the Florida sun, or the Singapore sun, or the Hawaii sun, right?
Yes.
For Sydney even, for RobotX.
Yeah,
So,
I know yesterday we had to put an ice bag over our camera suite, or a sensor suite. And
That's right.
Steam.
Gigi came by. I was on Course Alpha, and she came by and borrowed a bag full of ice from our drinks bucket.
Yep. Right. Looks like.
All right. Blue would be the correct dock now, and we do see the boat swinging in that direction. Great to see. That looks great. Looks like a successful docking in blue, and maybe we'll see a UAV launch. One thing I noticed about the launch platform there is you've got some big antennas on either side. So
Yeah.
that's also but that launch is something that must be gotten right, or else bad things could happen.
Yeah.
But I do see that you have some very prominent prop guards on the UAV there, and just in case it should drift from the wind or something into those antennas. Very, very intelligent decision.
Thank you.
I did not notice any ball launches there. How about you?
No, I did not either. Unfortunately, UAV platform.
Another thing that might seem like it's obvious to people who don't have any experience in complex robotics, but saying, "Oh, we're gonna dock and then launch the UAV," might sound easy, but the robot needs to know that it's docked in order to do that, and so that could be a detail there. It's successfully docked, but may not know that it's successfully docked. That can be challenging to know, especially because the sides of the dock might be beneath the range of a lot of the visual sensors by the time it's in the dock.
Exactly. Oh, looks like we're in RC.
Maybe that should be the subheading for all of these competitions. Easier said than done.
Yes, I definitely agree with that.
coming back now under manual, and we'll have to see if they make a decision to go back out again in the last few minutes.
Yeah.
We do not have any kind of a official run clock here, so we can only guess. Someone out there, one of the judges or staff is flying a UAV, getting some nice footage.
Yeah.
Hopefully, and I know that a lot of that stuff is going to be shared with the team, so that you can use it for your team video next time and stuff like that.
Yep.
Get some glory shots. The representative up here from Inspiration made the point right at the beginning that all of that sort of material, that presence, website, and so on, it can really help with the sponsorship process. Embry Riddle's for a long time been very good at talking to sponsors, getting support. A lot of us, including myself, have learned from Embry Riddle about how to do that. So that's something you've always been good at.
Yeah. It's a pretty big point.
It was Hitesh from Embry Riddle that we followed his example on getting a vector nav IMU for our RoboSub team.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, just call their engineers and see if they have a testing unit that they'll let you have. And that's exactly what happened. It was a great idea. They were like, oh yeah, we got one on the desk, we'll send it to you. And so very grateful to Vector Nav. A lot of teams out here now have their products. Very solid IMU.
Really good IMU.
Looks like you guys are heading off the course. So hopefully that whichever ones was the best run was scored well. We had two successful docks, and some balls launched. So I think that's going to be likely to be a pretty competitive score based on what we've seen so far today.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, thank you so much for having me on there.
Thanks for joining.
It's been great.
Yeah,
thank you.
I'll let you go back and rejoin the team. Cheers. Yeah, sure. How's it going? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm Justin.
Justin?
Justin from
thank you for
Bumblebee.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Zaz, if we didn't meet before.
Yeah.
Yeah, so very, very I think everyone's very, very excited to see what you guys are going to do out there. You've first team to qualify, been out there all week, tons and tons of practice. We've seen some good things during the semifinals and so on. So are you going to play it safe in the finals, or are you going to try for some things that we haven't seen yet?
No, I think we're gonna keep it safe. There's so many different factors going on. We want to stick with what we have right now.
That makes sense.
So we're just gonna do so for the past few days we've been testing, trying to make sure whenever we run, what we expect to work will work. So that's our strategy right now. To play safe, very safe, very safe.
Yeah, I think we've always seen that from Bumblebee, is that they really prioritize practice, actual real time in the water, not just at RobotX but also in RoboSub, and then what's reliable and what isn't. You know what you can count on. It's going to work basically every time.
Exactly, because for the past few days, like I'm not sure if you've seen our runs. We've been trying like different tasks. So we've been trying to see like which tasks our robot can perform like reliably, and so we are gonna put it in, and yeah, hopefully achieve those tasks that we can run reliably. And if we have like extra time from achieving those tasks, maybe we might try those like tasks we are kind of maybe like 5% chance of making it.
Yeah, I got that impression. I scored your qualifying, your semifinals run on course Alpha yesterday.
Yeah.
And you only attempted a few of the tasks, and I was surprised, but that makes a lot of sense because it's like, all right, figuring out which is the most robust and then chaining them together towards the end.
Exactly. Because like for us, like we've been testing the drone takeoff and landing a lot. Like I'm not sure if you've seen.
Yep, I saw that yesterday on Alpha, and I was going to ask, are you going to do that again, where you launch and recover, and then launch again and do the task?
Yeah. Because we thought like in that way we can safely like secure the launch and recovery score, and then move on to like the more complex tasks, which is like searching and reporting. Yeah.
I mean, there's always a little bit, this is still a competition. There's a little bit of gamesmanship that I think actually, I don't think teams do it enough. To say, all right, let's just lock these points in. And then, maybe then we can go and do some stuff like that. But I think that's very clever to, not exactly extract loopholes, but to treat it as a competition. And
we're trying to just stay like
those
as
points.
competitive as possible. Like try to score as much points as we can, and just do our best.
Yeah, it's not a shortcut. But it is a conservative strategy, and I think that's a really good idea.
The trade-off is we are gonna spend more time to because we have to take off, land, and take off again, so that's more time. So I guess that's like kind of a trade-off we are doing for reliability.
But certainly that's a better strategy on time than taking off and maybe running a search and keeping the boat still and then coming back, right? At least once you take off, land and take off again, then the boat can go and...
Actually, I think because we are trying to play it like really safe, our boat actually like holds in position and waits for the UAV to do its thing, and then it works. Because if we move around, maybe the UAV might be like, oh no, where's the boat right now? But if we stay in place, it's gonna...
So will you recover on the boat twice now?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, it depends. It depends.
Yeah, because yesterday in semifinals, I saw you launch and recover and launch, but then the second recovery was back on land.
Yeah. So we'll see. So my team over there, they'll just look at the situation and just decide on the spot. Do what's best. Yeah. So I think right now in the 10, it's gonna be very stressful. Like there's a lot of decisions, a lot of decision making going on in that moment.
But my understanding is one of the things that's somewhat unique about Bumblebee is that the robot has a mission planner that can make decisions about ordering of tasks and so on. So
exactly.
In some respects, exactly what happens is a little bit up to the robot.
Yeah. I mean, if you ask me, when our robot goes autonomous, what it's gonna do, I'm gonna be like, I honestly have no idea. It's gonna be running its own algorithm behind. So maybe only if you see the status, you might know what it's doing. But from here, I have no idea. So it's gonna decide based on its confidence in a task, the placement of the buoys and things like that. It's gonna calculate okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna be sure I can do this, so I'm gonna do this.
Is the task confidence a fixed value based on experience, or is it does it take into account some real-time factors?
Yeah, I think it's both real-time and also experience. So it's just trying to optimize the behavior of it.
Yeah. I think that's that's an example of sort of the next level strategy that we're hoping to see in the competition, but also it must make you nervous to not know what it's going to do each time.
It is going to be nerve-wracking. I'm going to be here biting my lips oh no, let's go, it's going to do it. Yeah.
I actually had a conversation with one of the judges yesterday who was also a previous RobotX competitor about that, that decision about what is the best strategy to fully let the task planner make the decisions, or to provide it with some boundaries and constraints, you know,
Yeah.
because you can't really guarantee that the optimization it will produce is really optimal.
Yeah, I think honestly, like, it has to be both. Like, since you know, like, some like how the course generally looks like, so maybe you can
Yeah.
use that information. Like, if the information is there, you might as well use it.
Yeah.
You know.
And also, it might be affected by something that is not factored into your model,
Yeah.
like the environmental conditions, for
Yeah.
example. Like if there's a strong wind
Yeah.
pushing you away from one element,
Yeah. So
the boat might not know.
yeah. So exactly. So we've been trying to test like the reliability of our vehicle for the past few days. So yeah, it's running right now. I'm trying to look there.
Yes, exactly. No, don't worry about finishing that thought. We just went into autonomous mode, and I saw some sideways strafing, picking up the pinger, I hope.
Yeah. I hope it's going through the right gate.
Yep.
I have no idea which gate is correct.
No, we have no way to know. Only the course judge in charge of the pinger knows.
Hopefully the robot knows as well.
Yeah. Through gate 1, and there we have the UAV launch.
Take off.
I got some nice photos yesterday, actually. I'll send them to RoboNation, and maybe they'll share them with you. But I got some good ones of just as it took off, and then hovering over the boat.
Yep. I think it's trying to do a landing right now.
And is there some sort of a fiducial marker on top of the platform that it's using visual guidance?
Yes. So it's like a code, so it can orientate itself and identify where to land.
Right now, we can't see it. It's got a tent in the way, but we've got the video over here.
There's a TV. Okay.
And
it's
looks
closing
on target.
in. It is closing in.
Looks like it's dropping about 30 centimeters at a time.
Oh,
and yes, beautiful landing.
Yes, that's good.
We had don't know if you could hear it on the microphone, but we had a good round of applause all up and down course Bravo here for that landing. And then second takeoff, and the boat is moving on. Yesterday, the semifinals run that I scored, you had perfect recording of the two targets.
Yep.
Now
it's running
within
the
5 meters.
Search and report.
So we can't from this TV image for the people at home. I don't think you can see where it is, but it's currently went over one of the search and report targets, and now looking for the second. How much of a hint do you give it about where to look for those targets?
I'm not sure, because personally I'm not from like the software team, but I believe like it has like a blind search pattern. Like we actually wrote a blind search pattern. It's gonna go through and try to search for it. Yeah.
Well, the boat just visited the scan the code platform.
Let's see where it's gonna go next.
We can see the UAV coming now back towards the gates. I do feel like it probably had the second target in its field of view based on where it flew. But it might still be looking. The boat seems to be orienting on the docks. GBR is the code, so that means the blue would be the correct dock. This is very exciting for me, actually, because I haven't seen this many tasks chained together yet by Bumblebee. The UAV is more or less over the land recovery zone. So perhaps it's coming in.
Yep, I think we have taken manual control. We are gonna land on that platform.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, we got
Looks
we got
like the
the
blue
right
dock.
dock.
Yep.
We got the right dock.
Hopefully time to exercise that very professional looking ball shooter. I was super impressed with that design. There we go. See it. We just saw it orientate there.
Can we see it from here?
We can, on the video, we can see it changing angles. We might not be able to see the balls, but I definitely could see the ball shooter reorient there, change its elevation.
Oh no.
I heard a thump, so a ball got launched.
Did it go in?
I saw a rebound, I think. We definitely had several balls launched. I can see 2 floating in the water there in the dock. So I'm going to guess, certainly at least some of them bounced off the target and came back.
Yeah, those 2 bounced off. Because I think we've shot 4 balls, so hopefully 2 of them are inside right now.
So here's another strategy question. Let's say, you know, one of the things about this competition is when you can do a lot of things, each run takes a long time.
Yeah.
So if the boat comes back having had basically an attempt on everything, do you think you'll try to run again, or is this kind of like one run and that's it?
Yeah, for sure. Maybe like we might, like I said previously, if we have attempted what we wanted to attempt, then we would try the ones that are like more risky. So I think for our team, like the follow the path for us is not that reliable. So maybe we might try that if we achieve everything.
So the wildlife encounter, the correct one is blue, I believe. The middle color on the scan the code. And check my cheat sheet. Blue is clockwise.
Oh no, I think the wildlife encounter is green. It's the first color.
It's the first color? I thought the first color was follow the path. Oh, the second color is dark.
Yeah.
So maybe third
first
color.
First color is both follow the path and wildlife encounter.
All right.
The third color is for the pin picking.
All right. So that would be counterclockwise on green.
Yep, we are doing it right.
Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps right now. You can see.
that is the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looked like a successful counterclockwise on green to me.
Yep.
Little bump on the black. I think all that's left is follow the path.
Yep. We'll see. Oh.
So that would also be green, the green entrance, which it does seem to be going to the right place for it.
Yeah.
So what do you think in 2 years' time, the replenishment task, do you think you'll move on to include that as well?
Yeah. I mean, if like RobotX doesn't add like new tasks or change the tasks,
I'm sure there'll be some changes and maybe something new, but
but
this, I think that one will stay. Like, it's my guess. I can't say for sure.
It is challenging. It is tough. That task. Yeah. So we actually put it to the end. Because like we focus on like reliability. We want to make sure like all of the basic functions work like perfectly. So like that was kind of an afterthought. Like if we have time, we are gonna try that. But we barely had enough time. So I mean, we made an attachment, but
Yeah.
it broke.
Yeah, time is a resource in short supply, right?
Yeah.
On this competition. Speaking of which, you have a lot of team members that are here, and I think a few of them are still back in Singapore,
Yeah,
right? So, any message? I'm sure it's likely that a few of them will be watching this live stream. Any messages for the team members at home?
Yeah, I guess everyone should be very happy, like seeing our work and like doing things successfully. So
I'm sure they are.
I personally, I'm like really happy, and I think you guys are very happy too. Yeah.
Looks like we're coming just on the outside of the path here.
Yeah.
One of the things that makes follow the path difficult is that the path buoys are also obstacles.
Yeah.
So you have to force the robot to overcome, in some ways, its obstacle avoidance, because the natural obstacle avoidance maneuver would be to avoid the task entirely.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So I think for us, it is the hardest task for us. Yeah.
A little more challenging in this competition than RoboBoat too, because the path is roughly the same size, but the boat is much bigger in RobotX.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna take like really good control of the boat. Like, yeah, but today the wind condition is pretty favorable.
Mm-hmm.
Like yesterday, it was really strong.
Yeah. Yeah, when I was scoring the follow the path task yesterday, I couldn't tell if the boat bumped the buoy or if it was just the wind blowing the buoy, because the wind was pushing those things as though they were getting bumped into.
Yeah.
So it looks like maybe we're heading back to the exit now.
Yeah.
Would be logical. See if it goes
to
back out
get
through
the
gate 1.
Yeah.
One good thing is that if you decide that this run is good enough and stop with it, then maybe it'll get us back on schedule. I think we had been running a little bit over time.
Yeah, but
another advantage to being very reliable. Keeps everyone on schedule.
But maybe we might try again, because you saw our balls.
Yeah.
Like 2 of it just bounced off, so maybe we want to try that again. Yep, it's turning to gate 1. Oh.
It's another aspect to this real-world course. Not so much today when it's not so windy, but on a windy day, those competition elements really move. You can't really guarantee that they're going to be where you left them. You know, you can set a waypoint somewhere and then come back to it, and things are not where you expect.
Yeah, yeah. But I think for our team, we put a lot of effort in like the obstacle avoidance.
Mm-hmm.
So.
That's looking pretty good for gate 1.
Yep.
Very nice. You must be happy with that.
I am very happy.
Yeah, maybe we can get an update on how many minutes are left on the clock, and we'll know whether. I suppose if we see people running to grab the aerial vehicle, maybe we'll know that they're going to reload it.
Yeah.
Where are you at now in your studies at NUS?
I'm in my final year for undergraduate. Mm-hmm. So actually, this is gonna be like my last like RoboNation competition.
Oh, really? You're moving on.
I have to find a job now.
Oh, okay. So basically, you're exactly at the halfway point of the run.
Yeah.
So I think it's likely we'll see another one, right?
Yeah. Yeah. We want to try to get the ball. We want to try to get the balls in.
Yeah, so you were saying you're not going to stick around for a higher degree. You're going to get a job for a bit.
Yeah. I think I want to like just have an experience
Mm-hmm.
of working, seeing what is outside of like robotics, what is outside of like electrical engineering, because that's my major.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and maybe like after working a bit, then I'm interested in this, then I might pursue like a higher degree. Yeah.
Yeah, or also get back into the space with some of the companies that are starting up. I mean, even Bumblebee has spun off a company.
Yeah.
Which also, if Grace and Engway are watching, then like to say hi to them. We miss them.
We'll see. Yeah, I'm not sure what the team's decision is on, are we gonna go for another run or we are happy with this.
I'm seeing the UAV get retrieved. So
Okay,
hopefully that means it's going back on the boat.
Let's see. Maybe not. I think they might be packing up.
Maybe they are going to get us back on schedule. Who knows?
Yeah, I think today has been a pretty good run for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, seeing it
Can't
work.
argue with that.
Yeah, seeing it work after like more than a year of work.
Yeah, and that work always with Bumblebee always involves a lot of testing. I think it was something like 380 hours or something of testing prior to the competition.
In Singapore, and over here we tested like more than 40 hours, I believe. Like our vehicle was just in the water all the time. Even our pit stop run was at the end. It only took us, I think someone counted, like our pit stop run was like 1 minute 45 seconds.
Yeah, yesterday in one of the judges' meetings, we sorted all the teams by their amount of in-water testing, and Bumblebee was far and away up the top.
Yeah.
And I think that's something, for anyone out there watching from a team or a prospective team, that's something that we think is very predictive of performance in this competition, is the amount of testing you do out in the real environment.
Yeah, I think our team is packing up.
All right. Well, in that case, thank you very much for joining us. I won't keep you from celebrating with the team. So, much appreciate that you took time away from your comrades to come and join me on the commentary table.
I mean, it's great sharing like our vehicle with everyone on the stream right now.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. You should be very, very proud of what we just saw out there.
Yeah.
Let's hope it translates
amazing.
to the award ceremony tonight.
Yeah. Hopefully. Yeah, but I mean, all the best to the other teams too if they are better. We have nothing to say because honestly, this is like one of our best performance. Yeah.
Well, again, congratulations and thank you.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Nice talking to you.
So that was a great run from Team Bumblebee from the National University of Singapore. They never fail to disappoint. That's something I'll say. They have a banner at their tent, and it lists all of their top scorings in various RoboNation competitions, and it just shows what a very thorough and serious team that they are. Always super great to see them here. Coming up next, we have two more teams in our final sequence. The next team is going to be the Korea Maritime and Ocean University. And after their run, the Nanyang Technological University, who is another Singapore team. So very excited to see what they are going to display for us out here on the course. The wind's picking up a little bit in the afternoon, as we've seen it has many times this week. We hope that it doesn't get too rough out there, but that's something to keep in mind. The later time slots tend to be more challenging due to the environmental conditions out here. So we'll have to see. And as always, we wish them luck. Sure. I'm going to take a little break and eat my sandwich and leave you with Alicia. But maybe if Daryl comes over or someone comes over to chat, then maybe I'll jump back in a sec.
Yeah, like Zaz said, he needs to take a break to get some food in his system. As you guys have seen, we've got a couple extra teams here competing during the finals. They were 2 of our wild card slots, so it's been a busy day for our judges and our teams, so want to make sure everybody is well fed and able to enjoy this afternoon. As Bumblebee heads off for the day, we're excited that they did so well. We're going to be bringing in another student in just a second. This team is all the way from Korea, so we're really proud of everything they've done, this big long journey that they've taken, and yeah, we'll be back in just a second.
Welcome back. We jumped back a little bit ahead of schedule, I think, thanks to that. Oh, lost the signal. thinks. Yeah, I think we still have audio. So, yeah, we jumped back a little ahead of schedule thanks to that fantastic run from Bumblebee, and now I'm super excited to have Do-yeon joining me on the stage here from Korea Maritime and Ocean University. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Me too.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see you up here because your team has worked so hard all this week. We've seen some really amazing performance out there this week, and then I think just had a little bit of bad luck in the semifinals. So I had confidence that you would make it into the finals, and you did. So congratulations, and I'm very happy about it.
Thank you.
You must be very happy also.
Yes, I'm so happy right now. Yes, and I think we're gonna make a good score.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I hope that our team is going through well.
Yes. And I was on the course this morning, saw the semifinals run, so I also am confident that you will do well because we saw a great run this morning. So yeah, we saw some docking and delivering this morning, very accurate. Three balls in the small aperture, I think.
Yes,
so
yes.
There's a lot of points that your team is very capable of achieving. And your advisor is a former RobotX judge himself, I believe.
Yes. He maybe participated at first RobotX challenge at 2014.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, in Singapore.
Yes.
So, looks like I thought that the boat was getting set up to start the run, but it looks like they're doing some little adjustments there. But so, can you tell us for this finals run, what are the tasks that you think that you will attempt?
We're going to do task 2, the gate. Yeah, go through the gate and scan the code and detect and dock. And also we will follow the path, and we also do some UAV.
Okay, so almost everything.
Yes, almost everything.
That's great. That'll be very exciting to see. And which part of the competition, of this finals entrance, are you most personally involved with? Like, which aspect did you work on, and which one do you really hope succeeds?
I really hope to succeed the UAV task. We will also do some catch teams.
Oh, really?
Yes, we are trying to do that.
Oh, wow.
Yes, so I hope that.
Okay,
succeeds.
all right, that's really exciting because
Yes.
earlier on I said on the broadcast I didn't think anyone was going to try that. So if your team tries that, I'll be extremely happy to be wrong about that. Yeah, that's super exciting. So yeah, anyone watching who wants to see that, don't look away because that'll be very exciting. Yeah. We can't promise it, but we won't want to miss it if it happens. I cannot see where the boat is now. Oh yeah, it's out there. It's just blocked by a tent. So yeah, did you work on the UAV system yourself?
No, I am at the perception task. So I did scan the dog.
Yep.
And some tracking for the following path. Yes, I did those things.
Okay. Yeah. So that's actually something that I was very interested in when I came to visit your team. That you have the extra pan tilt zoom camera, especially for doing the scan the code. I thought that was very clever. It's something that no other team is doing, and so you worked on that zoom camera as well.
Yes.
Yeah, that's great. I think I was very impressed by that detail, to be able to go and get a closer look from further away. I thought that was very clever.
Yes. we use the PTZ camera, and we also use IP camera too, and we also use some USB camera for the shooting. So we totally use 3 cameras for the tasks. Yes.
Yeah, so that's a lot of work to do on the perception systems.
Yeah, it was very hard.
If I can ask, would you like it? You can have it if you want.
Oh yes, what's this?
It's ice, like ice pop.
Ah, okay, thank you.
Maybe he'll bring another one.
Was it called for snacks?
So, I'm also a former computer vision person, so I don't mind. I hope you don't mind if I ask you a technical question about that vision systems. What balance do you have between neural network, trained vision models versus hand created feature-based models? Do you get my question? Like a lot of teams are using like YOLO, for example, to do neural network trained models. But are you also using feature detection?
Yes, we are also using YOLO V8 version V8, and it works pretty well.
Yeah.
Yes, and.
But do you just use YOLO? But do you have other vision techniques as well?
Vision techniques. We usually use YOLO to detect, but we also use visual servoing to shoot the ball, and yes, and we do tracking for the follow the path, and we use some kind of we changed the 2D detection to the 3 dimensional. So what can I say? So we match the LiDAR perception and 3-dimensional.
Okay. Yeah. Do some fusion between the vision
fusion.
and
We used the fusion. Yes.
Okay. That's great. It's a lot of work.
Yes, it was.
Where are you at in your degree progress? Are you graduate student?
I'm at master's degree.
Master's degree.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's my final semester. I'm gonna graduate.
Congratulations.
Yes.
So these are easier to open with scissors, but otherwise you just have to bite them. It's a little bit difficult.
It's good. I like it.
How did you had some time, I think, to do some practice between the run this morning and now? How did practice go? Is everything working?
Yes, everything working, but some hardware systems didn't work well, but we are trying to fix it, and I think it will operate well right now.
We can see it here on this camera, and looks like it's heading back out there. Yeah, I see it transiting just there.
Okay.
So it probably had a little adjustment on the dock, and is now coming out to the gates. Your team had a lot of sponsorship from organizations in Korea, like Hyundai and Kriso. Have you have you personally had a chance to work with any of those groups with your master's research?
Oh, yes. I have a chance to work with Abacus from HD Abacus. I did task for the detecting other ships using the camera and AIS system. So yes, I also used fusion. Yes, I did fusion things, and I visualized that with ROS 2. Yes, so it was good.
yeah, and that really shows how many of the elements of this competition are being used in real industry projects, right? Like things like ROS, things like vision perception. Looks like we're holding in front of the team tents here. The for people watching, even though this is the finals, and of course everyone is very tense and very, very nervous about it. There is, in one way, there's a little bit less stress because these runs are 40 minutes long instead of 30. So actually, the teams have a little bit more time there to make sure everything's working and not have to be in quite as much of a rush in the finals run. So I think that's why we're seeing them really make sure that everything's ready to go before going out and starting.
Let's go.
Oh, I heard someone make a count.
Yes.
I can't see if we're in autonomous mode, but let's hope that we are.
Is this working?
All right, looks good. Does your boat have hydrophones?
Yes.
Okay. So hopefully we'll be going through the correct finger gate. We see the green lights there indicating autonomous mode. And the boat is orienting on the gates. Heading towards gate 1. Seeing it make that decision is a good sign. We hope that means that it detected the pinger correctly. Scan the code is GBG, green, blue, green.
Oh.
Which means that the correct dock is blue. And it's going there very rapidly. Good.
Oh, yeah.
It's nice that it moves quickly in the water. And we've got a red light. What does it mean if we have green and red on the boat?
I think
losing communications?
Yes, it is. I think he's trying to get network.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we've had a lot of teams have challenges with the network out here. Very, very noisy environment.
It's really hard.
But they're leaving it in autonomous mode, it looks like. So they're optimistic that it will be able to perform without the network. Or without 100% network, anyway. I saw a little yellow light there. They might have taken it to manual. Is the network something that has caused problems in the week so far?
Yes, I think. It's manual.
Looks like they're probably trying to bring it back, but still having that network go in and out. And we're also seeing the wind pick up a little bit here. Fingers crossed that it does not pick up much more than this. Looks like we're probably coming back.
Yes.
One thing that we can see on the camera view here is that antenna that's actually able to physically rotate out of the way for when the UAV takes off, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, that's also a very clever thing that I only noticed for the first time today. In 2022 in Australia, we did see a UAV try and take off and then run into part of the boat. So it's a very good idea to have obstacles like that fold down automatically. So I was very impressed by that.
Thank you.
This is all making me a bit nervous, and it must be making you nervous too to see this. We earlier today in the semifinals, we saw something very similar with Georgia Tech. They were never able to achieve reliable communications this morning, so they were not able to run at all. Essentially, just sometimes these are the things that happen, and there are no reflection on the work of the team. They just sometimes things don't go right.
It's sad.
Yeah. In English, they have a term called Murphy's Law. Have you heard that?
I think I heard that.
Yeah, Murphy's Law is that anything that can go wrong will go wrong. So sometimes we encounter Murphy's Law with these robots. So it looks like you can see on the monitor here, looks like we're getting a tow back in. We just hope that will all happen fast enough that we have enough time on the clock to have a proper run. I believe because we have a running clock, we do not stop the clock for this type of recovery, but it's possible I'm mistaken. So don't 100% take my word for that. For anyone just tuning in, this is the finals series of the 2024 Maritime RobotX Challenge. We're in Sarasota, Florida at Nathan Bendison Park on this very nice aquatic course, and we're on the second to last team of the finals, Korea Maritime and Ocean University, and right now just recovering the boat from a little bit of a communications loss. That's why we have a flashing red status indicator on the boat. I'm going to be towing that back in and seeing if we can quickly get things reset and get those communications reestablished. It's quite a long way to come from Busan in South Korea to down here in Florida. Will you have any time while you're here to enjoy the United States outside of working on your robot all the time? Do you have any time at all to have a little bit of a vacation while you're here?
No, we didn't. But after the
Afterwards?
competition, we will do. Yes, I really look forward for it.
Will you stay in Florida, or are you going to go somewhere else in the U.S.?
We will stay in Florida maybe one more day, and we will go to Miami. Yes.
It's an interesting place, Miami.
Yes, it's my first time to go there.
Yeah, it's very, very unusual place, even by United States standards. So I think you'll have an interesting time there.
And I think this place is really beautiful and awesome. I want to stay here one more week, but I can't.
Next time.
Yes, next time.
Well, even for a short stay, welcome, and we're glad that you've come over here. It's great to see you here at the competition.
Thank you very much.
It's like we're coming in here to the dock. And I don't know what will be adjusted, but hopefully they get it figured out quickly. Do you have any plans for Miami? Anything in particular? Beach?
We don't have plan, but after the competition, I think we could make a plan where to go and what to eat. Yes.
They have a lot of really good Cuban food in Miami. A lot of Cuban people around Miami, so you get some. Might be interesting.
Yes. I can't wait to go to Miami.
Do we have an update on runtime? Just trying to figure out where things are at in this run. Once again, the semifinals run this morning for KMOU was really quite spectacular. They went through the gates, scanned the code, docked, delivered 3 balls in the small target, and launched the UAV. So there's a lot that this team can accomplish. Is that 18? Yeah. So getting word that we have 18 minutes left. So we basically, roughly half the run still remaining. So again, the the timing is not quite so tight and stressful on the finals runs. And in fact, a little point of interest, the reason the runs are 40 and not 45 is because we, in our semifinals qualifying this morning, we were so impressed with what we saw. We had to add an extra final slot. So in order to do that, we had to shorten all of the final slots by 5 minutes. So that's, did tighten things up a little bit, but that's also a really great sign. It shows that more of our teams are capable of achieving a high score on this course. So I was very, very happy to hear from the judges that they'd been able to accommodate 6 teams into the finals. Is it true that, because this is your university's first time in RobotX,
Yes.
And I heard, maybe you can tell me if it's true, that the WAM-V, the boat, came from Seoul National? Is that
Yes,
right?
yes. Our professor was in the Seoul National University, so he followed.
He got them to lend the boat?
Yes.
Yeah, which is really great. That team did very well in Hawaii in 2016, but also in 2016 we saw another example of the part that luck plays in this competition, because the Seoul National team did very well all week, hitting all the delivery targets and so on, and then on the last day in 2016 a big wind came up, and it was very difficult for all the teams. And so the final scores in the finals were much lower than they had been all week, just because of the environmental conditions. So there's always that element of luck in the competition, and we have a great amount of respect for what the teams are able to accomplish here in the whole week, not just one time slot, right?
Thank you.
And it actually took me a long time to get to talk to your team in the team tent, because every time I came by, everyone was so busy. They were working so hard all week.
Yes.
I said to your advisor, whenever they have a moment to talk to me, let me know. And he was like, all right, you'll have to wait. They're very busy. I don't want to interrupt them.
I'm sorry, but
no, it's fine. It's good. I like
Yes.
to see it. I think you've been working very hard.
Yes, we really did our best.
Looks like we're heading back out again, so
Let's go.
that's good to see. Positioning there in manual mode, and we'll hope to see those lights turn green in just a moment.
And there's no UAV on the boat.
Ah, okay.
I think.
I wonder if that's because the wind has picked up. I wonder if they were worried about the change in wind conditions. I was a little worried about that when it first started getting breezy. Just that can be a challenge for the boat, but even more of a dangerous challenge for the aerial vehicle.
Let's go.
Unfortunately, seeing a little bit of red light there, which might indicate that the communications issues persist. rear antenna is back in its vertical position.
Yes.
I was wondering if that, if having it horizontal might affect it or not. For anyone who's not super familiar with the competition, although this is an autonomous robot competition, these boats must complete the course without human control. That doesn't mean that they don't have communications. In fact, they do need to have communications. The heartbeat task, where it communicates status and telemetry back to the judge's server, that's a compulsory task. So it is necessary for communications to function, even though the robot needs to accomplish the competition tasks autonomously. So still seeing some oscillation there from green to red. It's making me tense. It must be doing the same to you. Not sure how visible any of those status lights are to the webcast viewers. We've got a little bit of a wide shot there. But yeah, what we're seeing here is status lights change from green to red, and now we see it back in yellow, which indicates manual control. Yeah, that shot there more or less shows the status lights, and you can see currently in red, which usually indicates a stop condition, or at least a lack of communications with the base station. One of the things that all of the teams have to satisfy is a safety check, and one aspect of that safety check is a fail-safe behavior. So if communications and control are lost, that they have to demonstrate that the robot will stop. So we won't have any kind of a condition where the robot runs rogue over the course. That's for the safety of ourselves, our staff out on the course, and the robot, for everyone's safety. And once again, I'm very enthused to note that of the 13 teams we had out here this year with a boat, all 13 were able to complete safety check and get out on the water. So it's 100% record of doing what they needed to do to ensure participation and safe operation. So that's what we like to see. A little close up there on the right-hand side of the frame, and you can see that white antenna at the back. That's the one that rotates out of the way when the UAV launches. And up the front, a very nicely designed pneumatic ball launcher. Probably, I think, the most accurate one we've seen in the competition. Certainly in terms of task completion, I believe that this team has had the best accuracy with their ball launcher in the dock and deliver task. Pulling it back very slowly here in manual mode. Probably made a little slower by what seems like some communications interference out there on the course. It's very hard to know, especially for a first-time team, how to prepare for the communications environment out here at these competitions, because you have so many teams just pushing radio frequency noise out onto the course. So I think we see this a lot, that teams that come for the first time discover that everything's a little bit noisier than they expected out here. Not just what we're doing in the RobotX competition, but just everything else that's going on. You know, it's like a lot of teams might test out on lakes, or at a nearby ocean location or something like that that's away from the city. But here in the city, we have a lot of radio frequency noise, a lot of interference. All right, green light. We're back in autonomous mode. Looks good. Don't know if they switched to a different channel or anything like that, but hopefully we'll see those red light dropouts less frequently. Looking good entering through gate 2. Code is red, green, blue. So that means the correct dock is green. Few red flashes, but we're staying in green mode. In some ways, things should be a little bit quieter right now in a radio frequency sense, because we just don't have so many teams out on the course. But quieter isn't the same as quiet. No doubt our cameras are going to start to see pretty soon how much trouble the robots have with their cameras as the sun comes down in front of us. I think you'll probably see our vision start to get a little bit more blown out too. Just giving you a little taste of what the robots have to contend with. I'm getting a good taste of it myself right now. All right, the boat is repositioning itself.
I think we also have a hardware problem.
It's also worth noting, everything's also a little bit more difficult for the teams that have come a long way to be in this competition, especially the teams that have come internationally, because really they have to bring everything with them that they might need in terms of spare parts, things to fix stuff, because it's not always easy to get the components they've used at short notice in a different country, and more local teams might have more local knowledge about whether to get things, or the parts just might be more available here than elsewhere. You might have spares in their labs and stuff like that. So it's, an international team always faces a few extra challenges coming out to this competition. That's one of the reasons we like to move this competition around. We had it once in Singapore, twice in Hawaii, once in Australia, and now once down here in Florida, and we don't know yet where it's going to be in 2 years. We like to, sometimes we like to be in the same place twice in a row because we have a better idea of how to operate there. But this location, we've been coming down here for RoboBoat for a couple of years, so we actually know this facility pretty well. So you never know, we might move this competition on somewhere else. I would love to have the competition down in Busan. So you never know. Maybe or somewhere in Korea. That'd be fun. That would be wonderful. But we just have to get everything organized, work with the local partners, and so on. But that would be great. A nice side-on view there on the right side of frame. You can just get a little bit of an idea about how complex these vehicles are, and that's even without being able to see into all those control boxes and see just how much hardware design and integration and systems engineering goes into these platforms. Really a very impressive achievement to get one of these out there on the water able to compete. And also we can see that the UAV is back on, so maybe
Let's go.
maybe we can go with this. I've got both fingers crossed.
We can make it.
I'm going to guess probably about 10 minutes left, so that's still a good chunk of time. 5 minutes, okay. It's always hard to estimate time when you're not really thinking about it. So about 5 minutes left. Still a lot of points that can be achieved in 5 minutes. Just launching the UAV, I think, is about 500 points. So, and the cutoff score to get into these finals was 1,000 points, which I know doesn't mean much if you haven't read the rules, but the point is you can get a respectable score in not that much time if things go right. There we go, autonomous mode, green light.
Let's go.
Swinging around this time towards gate 3. So again, whenever we see the robot go out of its way at the entrance and exit gates, we hope that means that it successfully detected the pinger and is going to the acoustically marked correct gate. Ah, yes, the UAV launched. That's great to see. So that's going to lock some autonomous launch points on the board. And it's heading towards the right of the course. I don't know if we can get a camera on those because it might be attempting replenishment. What do you think? If it's heading right, replenishment task maybe? Yeah,
Oh,
there it is. I see
yes,
it.
yes.
I see it over one of the, or in the area anyway, of one of the replenishment targets. And we can't quite see whether that's the one with the tins on it, or whether that's the destination target.
Oh,
I'm blocked by a tent. But meanwhile, the boat is heading towards the docks.
Yes.
We have RBR. So that means that I think blue is the correct dock. There's a lot. We're hearing a lot of excitement from over there, but we have no idea what it is from here. So, but we're hearing very excited voices, and we hope that they're excited in a good way. I think I just heard that we went to manual control. Now I'm hearing applause. So let's hope that's good.
What is happening?
Yeah, we hopefully someone will come and tell us. But I'm very sorry that we both missed it. We just do not have a line of sight to that area. Okay, all right. So what I'm hearing is that the UAV contacted the water surface, but was immediately retrieved by one of our intrepid course safety teams before it got wet, got anything important wet. So, big relief, sigh of relief. Have you finished that? Oh, still. Yeah, so meanwhile, the boat is in the blue dock, so that is the correct dock according to the scan the code. Code is red, blue, red. Blue is the correct dock. So now, let's see if we can see any ball. Yeah, there was a ball launch. I think it rebounded off the small target, maybe. But it was definitely pretty much on target with the small target. Waiting to see if we have another shot here. Right at the limit of our zoom camera. Still a little bit of red light there. I think that was another launch, and I didn't see it bounce, so maybe it went in. It's kind of like the more accurate this is, the less we'll see, because it'll go straight into that target and we won't see it anymore. But you can kind of see from this perspective that we are aimed right at that small target. I think that went in. I saw a launch there, I saw a red ball, and I didn't see it bounce off. I think it went into the small target. So that's great. Now we see it doing a little strafing, maybe reacquiring the target, or nope, heading back out of the dock. Oh, that's deceptive. That's a long way out. From our view, it looked like it was still in there. Well, that's pretty exciting. UAV launch. Yeah. Something happened over there. We'll find out what later, but it was not lost. Mm-hmm. And then I think at least one successful delivery in dock and deliver, and correct docking is what I observed.
What a relief.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you must have like a pulse rate of about 250 right now watching that. Maybe it's better that we couldn't see the UAV.
Yes. It would be heartbreaking.
Yeah. But like you told me, it floats and it is waterproof as well. So, and what we were told is they retrieved it before it got wet. So I think it's.
Thank you.
I think it's all okay. But we don't know what it actually did. And here we see the boat getting retrieved, which means probably we're done for this time slot. I think definitely the run will be finished, and that's probably all we have time for. But that was quite a climax to the to this time slot.
Yes.
I was starting to get pretty worried, but that was actually a good run.
Yeah, I was so worried.
You must be pretty happy, even though it didn't do everything that you were planning. That's not bad.
Yes. I'm happy right now.
I think that's probably going to be a good score.
Okay. I think so. I hope so.
So once again, for anyone who maybe came in halfway through that was the Korea Maritime and Ocean University from down in Busan, South Korea. They've come a long way to be here for their first time at the Maritime RobotX Challenge, and for a first-time team, they've really done an amazing job here in the finals, and we just saw quite a lot accomplished out on the course after some communications problems. So, Do-yeon, thank you very much for joining me here. I really appreciate you coming up and spending that time with me instead of with your team. I know that's rough to go away from the rest of the team, but we really appreciate you helping us understand what we were seeing there.
It was a very good time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will But you go celebrate with your team. I hope that they are also very happy with what they managed to accomplish.
Yes.
Any last minute messages for anyone who might be watching from home in Korea? And it can be in Korean if you like.
Thank you all of our sponsors, and thank you who supported us, my family and all of our friends. Thank you all. Yes, we did our best, and I hope that we can grade good. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think your best was pretty good. Yes. So congratulations.
Thank you.
So one team left to run. Nanyang Technological University from Singapore and their autonomous vehicle Archimedes, and they will hopefully be coming up shortly. So stay with us, don't leave for this last run of the 2024 RoboNation Maritime RobotX Challenge. We're having a great time out here in Florida. Some of it's been a bit of a tense time, as you might have just seen, but overall, it's been a fantastic week. And we're hoping to close this out on a high note with Nanyang. They have overcome a lot of very annoying low-level technical issues this week. So we haven't had a chance to see a lot of what they're capable of until just this morning. So we're very, very excited to have another look at that in the finals. Looks like we have an Archimedes representative here to join us. Please have a seat. What's your name?
I'm Ziyuan. Ziyuan.
Ziyuan?
Yep.
I'm Zaz. Thank you very much for joining me. I was just saying to our viewers at home that we're super excited to be able to see what the Nanyang team is able to do out there, because we haven't had a chance to see a lot of it because you were dealing with some solid state relay issues and so on with your safety check. So how's everything looking now?
I mean, we are at the very least trying to attempt the most basic task, because we don't know like if anything will go wrong, like the Korea team, like they lost connection. Like we have telemetry issues just now that we tried to troubleshoot just now, and I think now we're just going to have our fingers crossed and try to attempt all the tasks that we plan out to do.
That's all you can do. At these things, you never know when something's going to go wrong. Like you saw earlier in the week, if I'm correct, you had some solid state relays overheat and cook basically, and that's something you very rarely see. An SSR is a solid piece of hardware, but sometimes out here in the hot sun, you got some thermal issues you didn't expect.
Yeah, I think apart from solid state, we also got a few like battery issues and so on because of the weather here. Like we haven't really tested like long durations in the water and so on. So our batteries kind of also have some connectivity issues because they were in the sun for too long. So similar to our solid state issues. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, that's kind of surprising with a team from Singapore, because it's also pretty hot and humid in Singapore as well. So Florida is not too different.
Yeah.
But maybe you don't spend the whole week out in the sun in Singapore.
Yeah, because when we were back in Singapore, right, we didn't actually have a lot of chance to test. We basically went in the water like around 3 times and so on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think compared to like Team MES, like Bumblebee, I think they have been in the water for a few months and so on, but we only got in like 3 times, and we decided to just come for the competition and just set everything here.
Yeah, I think that's the right decision. It's the right attitude. But maybe some lessons learned for next time.
Yeah.
Try and spend some more time out in the water.
Yeah, definitely. I think maybe for future runs you have like maybe better coordination and better planning, because for our current run we only did like maybe 1 to 3 months of preparation and so on as compared to other teams. So I think maybe in the future we'll have like a more long-term planning and more long-term training and so on.
How long have you been on the team?
I think I only joined team around May, but the team actually started working on the tasks around August when the semester started. So our team is actually quite unique in a way that it's only filled with project students. So for like final year projects and for like master students, they're only here to do a specific task as part of the RobotX competition, but they are not really required to come for the competition. Yeah, so in a way, the students kind of just bonded together over the short 3 months period just to get the competition started and running.
The first year that we did RobotX in Singapore, a lot of teams were surprised by the heat issues.
Yeah.
We had teams that were wrapping their computer boxes in aluminum foil, and we were out there in Marina Bay on this floating steel platform, and I wanted to get an egg and crack it on the platform and see that if it would cook, because I think it would have cooked.
Yeah, I think for sure. I think Singapore's weather is also pretty hot and pretty sunny also.
Yeah.
I think it's still comparable. I think if we have done like a few more tests in Singapore's waters, maybe we will have adapted much better here also because of the similarities in climates and so on.
Yeah. But yeah, like you said, for a team that's mostly undergraduate and master students, you know, you don't have the same kind of time constraints and ability to plan as maybe some later postgraduate students.
Yep.
And you got a lot of demands on your time.
Yeah, I think we just try to squeeze in everything we can like during our lesson breaks and so on, just to go down to lab, just to work on the vessel and so on. And I think compared to like teams who have like doing this for their school project and so on, we try to dedicate our free time just to work on this and just to perfect this, even though that we are not very experienced, because the entire team itself is new to this competition and it's our first time taking part in this competition, so we just aim to do the most basic tasks and just try our best and resolve any issues that come along. Yep.
Well, there's a lot to be proud of to come here for the first time and get in the finals straight away. So
yeah, definitely. Actually, we didn't even expect us to even pass the initial stage and go into semi-finals, then finals. Yeah. So everything came to us as a shock, and we are just trying our best to not screw up and most importantly, just do our best.
By the way,
possible. Yep.
Looks like the run has started. I can see the AMS out there. Oh, it had a green light. Now it's yellow. So I think your sight line is a little more blocked than mine.
Yep.
But it's right there.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
So we did briefly go into autonomous mode, but now they're pulling it back.
Yep.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you. I just didn't want you to miss your own boat's run.
Yeah, turning around.
Yeah, so looks like they're bringing it back. A little more wind now than earlier in the day, so I don't know if that is likely to be a problem for you.
Yeah, actually the wind affected us quite a bit because our thrusters itself, it was attached quite close to the buoyancy pods and so on, so our thrust itself is not very effective in a way. And I think the wind itself actually played a part because our vessels were drifting a lot, and it sort of affected our direction and our GPS location and so on. Yeah, so the wind itself and the weather plays a huge part also.
Yeah. That's just, it's part luck and part just depending on where you qualify and where you get a final slot. It can be tough to be the last team in the finals.
Oh, we are last team. I thought there are other teams going down.
No, I think you're according to my schedule, you're the final.
Oh, so we are the
final team. Yeah.
Oh, damn, we are the final team for finals. Okay.
Yeah. So,
I think there's like a lot of people that's watching now. Kind of a lot of stress on the team also.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
But the difference between now and 3 hours ago in terms of the wind conditions is pretty significant.
Yeah.
So I must apologize for this. I got in here a little bit late this morning, so I did not see the run this morning. So can you tell me what you managed to do this morning, and will you do anything different in the finals?
I think this morning during semi-finals, we try our best to come at 6:30 in the morning so that we can get everything set up and get going. Then we got into water around 7:50 and so on. Then we took all the time to get to position our vessel straight before 8 o'clock so that we can start the course immediately. But during the semi-finals run, we had 3 runs in total. So for our first run, I think it went okay, but it somehow lost connection in between. But we managed to do the drone takeoff. And then for the second run, second run was our best run. So we did a drone takeoff. Then our vessel went through the entrance and exit gates. But we didn't do the scan the code. But we tried to maximize what we can do here. And we went through, I think if I'm not wrong, we went through around 5 gates. But by doing that,
follow the path.
Yeah. By doing that, we also struck 6 buoys and so on. Yeah. Then for our last run, I think there was some connectivity issues, so that So right after our drone takeoff, our USV sort of just drifted away. Yeah, so our second run was basically our best run for the morning. Yep.
Yeah. So is that similar? That ideally we'll see here entry gates, UAV launch, and follow the path.
Yep.
Okay. Well, fingers crossed. We're hoping that we'll see all of that, and hopefully even better than this morning. So the vehicle's just coming around now. It's in autonomous mode, and going through gate 3. So now we've entered the course, and I don't see the UAV. Maybe no UAV launch. Is that on there?
I think so. It's maybe. I'm not too sure, but I think they were supposed to put a UAV on, but if they got their GPS issue rectified, then they wouldn't need that UAV on also. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, also maybe they're worried about the wind. I mean, the wind is extra risky for the UAV, so...
I think maybe our UAV will do just fine in the wind, because I think our UAV is one of the largest UAVs here.
Okay.
Yeah, with the largest wingspan and so on. So I think the wind now is generally okay for the UAV, but maybe they have rectified the GPS issue that they no longer require the UAV to be on the USV now.
Alright, well, the scan, the code looks like it is red, blue, red. So that means the correct entrance to follow the path is on the other side, but we're coming in from the green side. But, that just means that it won't be maximum points, but there'll still be points. So that's entering gate 1 of follow the path, and so far things are looking pretty good. That looks like gate 2, so we can actually see here a pretty good view of follow the path.
Yep.
So coming up on gate 3. Not quite avoiding a black obstacle buoy, but so far so good on the path. We might be exiting. Oh, no, coming back. About at the halfway point of the path there, doing a little loop and coming back, and I can't see the status light, but I'm going to guess that it might be coming back in manual mode.
Yep.
Just judging from the speed.
Yeah, it's pretty fast.
You can kind of get a good idea here of the kind of performance these boats are capable of when they're up near full speed. We've, for anyone here who's brand new to this competition that's watching, all of the boats, one of the requirements of the competition is that they use this same basic hull platform called the WAM-V for Marine Advanced Research, the Wave Adaptive Modular Vehicle, or Modular Vessel. And these are really designed from the get-go to be an especially stable and capable robotic sensor platform. So the reason we've insisted on this is so that we know that everyone has a baseline of a very stable and capable and hydrodynamic platform, because in this competition we don't really focus on the naval architecture so much, unlike RoboBoat, for example, which is the full end-to-end systems engineering surface vehicle competition. Here we wanted to get everyone kind of at the same baseline in terms of platform, and then have them concentrate on the autonomy part, concentrate on the autonomy hardware and the software systems to support it. Looks like maybe we're calling for a tow.
Yep. I think maybe we are facing the same issue as the Korea team also.
A little bit of communications problems.
Yeah, but I think they are losing a bit of communication, and they're also checking whether other teams are affecting our connections also. Yeah, because just now for the earlier run, I think we thought that our connection had affected Korea's one, and we decided to turn our telemetry off and so on. But
oh, that was kind of you.
Yeah, but we realized that ours wasn't affecting them because their issue wasn't resolved either. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of get the feeling that their issue was maybe something unrelated to the competition because normally all the teams are transmitting, but now hardly any, right? Because we're right at the end of the finals, so maybe it was something else. Coming back here. So are you a final year student or a master student?
I'm actually a year 3 student.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so my team is basically consists of like mechanical engineers, mostly from year 4s and master students. Yeah. Then there's just a few of year 2s and year 3 students.
Okay.
Yep.
So you might get a little more time to work on this before leaving?
Yeah. Actually, I think for my final year project, I might choose to work on one of the components that's inside the RobotX challenge, and maybe because by the competition 2 years later, I would have graduated by then. But I think if possible, I'll still come back for the competition and to help out with the team and so on.
Yeah, that would be great. I'm sure they'd be happy to have you.
Yeah, definitely.
Waiting for the boat to get pulled back here. At least that run gets you some points on the board.
Yeah.
Right. So you went through about half of follow the path. Entrance gate. I forgot. Did you scan the code, or do you scan the code?
We're not scanning the code because yesterday actually we wanted to like tune our model for scanning the code, but because yesterday during our scan and code timing, the glare was also pretty strong, so it was affecting scanning the code also. So we decided to abort it and just focus on the other tasks that we can accomplish as well.
Yeah, that's another thing. Late in the day, that glare is pretty rough. I mean, like we're suffering it right now, sitting here.
Yeah, the glare is straight in my face right now. Yeah.
That's why I'm kind of like sitting sideways. Pull this hat down.
Are they at the dock right now?
I'm just trying to tell. I think that's them.
Oh, the first one.
Over here in the end of the dock. Maybe we can get a little zoom. Certainly there are some people attending to it.
Yeah.
I think that looks like it.
I think perhaps it's the telemetry issue just now, because just now we swapped our telemetry and we decided to borrow a new pair of telemetry from other teams just to get it working. Because just now it was supposed to show red light, but it was supposed to show green light, but it kept on showing a red light. Yeah, so that might be an issue they're trying to rectify now. So.
Yeah. Well, let's hope that they make some progress. Again, fortunately, these are 40-minute runs, so it's a little bit longer than the semifinals runs.
Yep.
So hopefully some time to work some glitches out if necessary.
Yep.
Oh, okay, yeah, so 25 minutes left officially. So not even at the halfway point, so yeah. Hopefully we don't need to get stressed out just yet.
Yep.
So I think I see them putting the UAV back on the top. Actually, the wind has noticeably died down a little bit, so that's good. It's a little hard to tell from the camera, but we feel it here. And I was seeing those white entrance and exit buoys get really pushed around a little earlier, and now they're not so much so that's good. just asked one of the students who joined me from the Korean team about their plans, so I'll ask you too. Are you going to have any opportunity for a little vacation while you're out here? Let's take a little time to see the sights.
I mean, we do have some time when we were flying over to Florida, because we took 3 flights, so we had a 12-hour layover in San Francisco, and we kind of toured the city a little bit.
That's
then
nice.
we went to Chicago afterwards, but Chicago was just like a 2-hour layover. We basically got off the airport just to experience the climate there for a bit.
Okay.
Yeah. Then we're basically here. Then I think for going back, we're also probably doing the same, because we also be going to San Francisco also.
All right.
Yeah, but Florida, I think maybe if we can do the packing, finish the packing by today, then maybe tomorrow we can kind of tour Florida a bit and so on. Yeah.
Okay, that's good, because it's a long flight from Singapore.
Yeah, it's around the flight we took here is around almost 15 hours, and the flight
It's even longer on the way back.
Going back it's going to be 17 hours. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy.
I'm trying to think what's near the airport in San Francisco. There's a really good aviation museum just south of San Francisco called the Hiller Aviation Museum. So if anyone on your team is really into aircraft, that's definitely worth a visit.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, they are going to get into position again.
All right, looks good. Yes, we see on the monitor here, left side of frame, the boat is back pointing at the entrance gates. And we cannot see it directly from here, so we'll just have to look at its behavior and wait till it gets into view before we can see if it's in autonomous mode. But fortunately we do see the UAV on board, so just an autonomous launch of that could really push your points up a little bit.
Yep, I think it should be at least around 500 points for the takeoff.
Alright, now it's coming into view. I'm looking for the light tower. Can't see it. Just too much bright sunlight. Straddling one of the entry buoys, and we still don't know if it's in autonomous mode or just drifting.
Yeah.
I sort of am guessing that it's just drifting, because I feel like they would have brought it back otherwise. Hard to know. Can you see the status light?
No, I don't think I'm seeing any light at the moment.
Yeah.
I think we had a similar issue previously also, that I think the...
Yeah, it looks like the lights are off.
Yeah, like no power was going through it at all.
Here comes the recovery boat. The recovery boat has worked really hard this week. We can see it from here. I don't know if the camera can, but every time they rescue a boat, they put a little marker on the side of the boat in tape, and they've got a lot of markers there. Get up at the tow point. Almost could see those markers there at the front of the rescue boat. Maybe you will as they rotate around here. All of those little red marks is a boat rescue.
I think perhaps it's an issue of the battery overheating, because we have a similar issue that we faced previously of the power not going through when the vessel is being left in the sun for quite a while.
Let's hope that's something quickly correctable. Another thing that we used to see, not so often in RobotX, but in RoboBoat, was the teams, where they would practice all day and then they would go out for their finals run and forget to charge the batteries, and the batteries would go flat.
Yeah.
So
I think that shouldn't be the issue for us because actually we got like 2 fully charged batteries per every day.
Yeah. Out here, people tend to have bigger batteries, so we don't see that so often.
Our batteries are actually quite massive compared to other teams. Kind of overkill and overpower.
Yeah. Looks like just from the labels on the side of your boat, you had a lot of good sponsors.
Yeah, kind of. Actually, our biggest sponsor was actually FSTD, and they were also one of the judges that's over here also. Yeah, then the rest are actually just like smaller private companies that are also in the shipping industries and so on. Yep.
Well, if there's any you'd like to thank now, or anyone you want to give a shout out to, feel free. We've got a little moment while they.
I think most importantly, of course, we need to thank FSTD, MINDEF for their sponsorship of a lot of money actually, and secondly, it will be the Singapore Maritime Foundation (SMF), because they're actually the scholarship foundation for me and my brother, who's on the team, and they've also generously sponsored the Singaporeans that's on the team and so on. And they also put together a lot of funds from a bunch of maritime companies that's below them, just so that they can send us for the competition. Yep.
Yeah, well, I'll definitely echo you on that. We're very grateful to them too, because they've been big supporters of the RobotX competition, especially hosting the inaugural one in Singapore in 2014. They really provided a lot of support to make that happen, so I'll thank them as well.
Yep, absolutely.
So there on the left-hand image there on the screen, seeing a cluster of activity on the dock around the boat, hopefully getting that power back up and running very quickly. Once again, not really in panic territory here on time. Probably about half the run to go, and also the wind has relaxed a little bit, or at least is not picking up, so maybe the environment is going to give us a bit of a break here.
Hopefully they'll get everything settled and cooled down so that they can continue the remaining time.
Yeah. Just getting a continuous reminder about why I always try to come out and take my photos earlier in the day here, because at the end the sun is just right in your face.
Yeah, it's so clear.
Everything's totally backlit. And that's what the robots have to contend with, all that reflection off the water.
Yeah, I think that's the hardest part.
A big cluster of people.
Yeah.
And a couple inspecting the battery pods. Can only guess what they're discussing. Can see there in the foreground one of our favorite people, Travis, from former FAU team member, PhD, now working for the Navy at Naval Pacific. He's been a great contributor to this competition over the years, and RoboBoat as well. Needs to be better at sunscreening his legs though.
Oh, does his legs have different colors.
Yeah.
I see different tints.
I think he got really sunburned yesterday. He went to college in Florida. You think he would know about sunscreen. So I'm teasing him on the live broadcast. Sorry, Travis. I apologize if you watch this later. Okay. Are we gonna televise that?
Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah.
All right. So exciting update here on the commentary desk. We're going to bring over a robo-boat tradition here to RobotX, and after this final run is over, a bunch of the boats, I did see, a few of them getting back on their trailers, and I wondered what that was for. They're going to put them back in the water and have a little bit of a boat race. So that's stuff I was talking about earlier about what a sleek and hydrodynamic platform the WAM-V is. We might actually really get to see it put through its paces in a bit of a race at the end here. So definitely stay tuned to this broadcast after this run is complete, and we might get to see a little bit of boat racing action. That's something that's become a bit of a favorite at the end of RoboBoat, because in RoboBoat you see such a diversity of platforms. We have some teams that really decide to flex their naval architecture muscles, and some teams that are more optimized for robotics. For example, station keeping and having no real front to the boat. I'm thinking of the FAU sponsored high school team. So this one, it'll be more, I think, of a less variance, more come down to what sort of propulsion systems people have put on their boats. But it should be fun to see.
I think they're competing with, like, which one is the fastest vessel, right?
Sorry?
Are they competing which one is the fastest vessel?
Yeah, so after this is finished, they're going to do a race, and it might not just be speed. In RoboBoat, it's speed and agility, because they have to go out and round a buoy and come back.
Oh,
so
okay.
some teams don't win on speed. They win because they're able to make that turn very tightly.
How long is the stretch of path that they're supposed to go through?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Okay.
Because in RoboBoat, they go out and back. But here, maybe they'll go across. I don't know. This is all news to me. We'll find out.
Okay.
So, yeah, we'll all find out at the same time. It's a reason to keep watching. Hopefully, it'll be in view of our cameras. Thank you.
Oh, sure.
Limited line.
I'll get this. Yeah. Thank you.
I think they just call the ND alternate.
Say again? Oh, really? That's all right. I don't know if that's on time. So what I'm hearing is maybe the run has been called, but we don't know if that's on time or because there was some sort of unrecoverable power problem. So we're looking into it. But the speed race might come a little sooner than we think.
I think they're going to tow it out. They look like they're going back to get the trailers.
All right. So seems like maybe that's it. At least you got some points on the board.
Yep, at the very least. Anyways, going into semi-finals and finals.
That's right. You got plenty to be proud of.
Yep,
Came
definitely.
out here, got everything working, got into the finals, got some points on the board in the finals. I think your team can be justifiably proud.
Yep. I think they have also done their best over the past few days, not sleeping and working the entire night just to get everything up and running.
That's right. All right. Well,
Take it back. They are
wait.
swapping batteries.
Oh.
We'll be right back.
never mind. Okay, we've been given false information, and they're actually doing a battery swap. So that is good news. In that case, stay with us, and let's see how fast this pit crew is.
I guess there's a justified purchase of the second set of batteries.
Yeah, that's right. Always get a spare. So a battery swap, is that? It looks like they're moving away from the dock. So is that something that has to be done on the shore, or
Yeah.
can't be done on the dock?
So I think according to the rules, no battery swap can be done in the water. So
Okay.
it has to be done on the dry dock and so on. Yeah. So I think they're going to test. They're most likely going to tow the vessel up. Then they're going to do the battery swap over there.
All right. Well, let's hope they can do that quickly. And I wonder if they will allow the boat to come in not all the way at the dock. Maybe they'll do a temporary dock. I'm not sure. But, we shall see. At least, last run of the day, there won't be any congestion getting back to the dock.
Yep.
So we don't have to worry about waiting for anyone.
Yeah, I think, yeah. It looks like they're going to tow it out at this rate that they are pulling towards the launching area.
The main launching area?
Yeah.
Yeah. It makes sense for like thruster safety and so on, but
I think one major concern would be like the size and the weight of the batteries itself.
Yeah.
Because if you do it on water, it's very unstable. You might drop a battery into the water.
Getting a nice overview of the course here. I guess this camera must be up on the finish tower to be able to see this far. Really get a sense for that sun glare from that image. Just completely washing out the whole course.
Yep. It's turning everything white.
I think we can see a couple of boats there setting up for the speed challenge. University of Florida to the lower left, and looks like the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile on the right. Yeah, it's definitely a fan favorite team here at the competition. Really impressed everyone with their good spirit and their positive attitude in the team tent. I think they taught some people to dance too.
Yeah, but I think I saw quite a few of them dancing during the breaks and so on.
University of Florida there to the bottom left. Had a lot of tough luck this year, unfortunately. They lost their UAV yesterday in the water, and then also this morning just had some various problems that didn't allow them to score highly on their semifinals runs. So they were battling a lot of just plain old bad luck, unfortunately. But they're a team that has a long history here at the RoboNation competitions. They were in RoboSub since year 0 and have competed also in RoboBoat and RobotX. Okay, all right. So what we're hearing is, due to the time to get all the way back to the dock, they have indeed chosen to end the run, unfortunately, which kind of makes sense. It did look like that was a long journey to get back for a battery swap and come back on the course. So as we were saying before, hoping they would manage a battery swap. Still plenty to be proud of. Still a good trip out here.
Yeah.
Your team has acquitted itself well, and I hope you're proud.
Yep, I think we tried our very best, and I think if that's all we can go, then that's all, man.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining me up here, and making the difficult decision to stay, to not be with your team during this finals run. So we really appreciate it. You added a lot to our understanding of what your team was doing. So thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
I'll let you go back and hang out with them.
Yep, sure. Thank you.
Cheers. So that's it for an eventful finals run here, the 2024 Maritime RobotX Challenge. Thanks to RoboNation. Just quick recap of what we saw. We had Team Inspiration, Advancing Science, Technology, and Art, and the University of California, San Diego opened us up, followed by by Florida Atlantic University, then Embry Riddle, National University of Singapore Team Bumblebee, the Korea Maritime and Ocean University, and then Nanyang Technological University. We're very proud of all our finalists, and of course we're very proud of everyone who made the difficult and challenging decision to come out here and compete, including our 2 teams who came out here despite not having a boat. The Singapore University of Technology and Design, who came out doing design documentation, and the University of Cardiff and James Cook University from Australia, who came out with an aerial vehicle and then paired up with Newcastle. So big congratulations to everyone who made the trek out here.
Absolutely, and thank you so much, Zaz, for hosting this. We've been enjoying your commentary and taking the time to interview all our students. We know they are the best ambassadors for what they do. They can explain their vehicles and everything that they've been up to way better than we can, so we're grateful for you taking the time to do that. We're going to try to zoom out and see if we can get a good view of this boat race that's going to happen. Like Zaz said, it's a RoboBoat tradition that's making its way here to RobotX. So if you want to stick around, Zaz, you can. If you're ready to take a break, I know you've been talking head for a while. So
yeah, we don't know how long we've got till it starts, so I might take a little break. Yeah. But maybe we should thank our sponsors again before we go.
Absolutely, yeah.
I was super psyched to get to talk to Kurt, the Chief of Naval Research, which it's just a huge deal that someone in that position takes time out from what is an incredibly busy job to come and pay a visit to one of the many science and technology endeavors that his organization supports. So that was huge. So thank you to him, and thank you to the Office of Naval Research, who's been a stalwart sponsor of these competitions since the very beginning. And then all of our industry sponsors.
Yeah, I want to give a special shout out to MathWorks. They've been partnering with us for a specific MathWorks simulation award for this particular competition. So we'll be hearing who's won that later this evening. But they've been working with our students to learn a little bit about how on the simulation side our students are tackling this competition. And then Blue Robotics, another one of our longtime sponsors, SpaceX. We've had SolidWorks, OnShape, and a host of others. So it's been a real gift to have such a wonderful cadre of sponsors being present here on site, and those that were able to send in merch and swag to send to our students, and also give some job offers their way. It's a great chance for our students to be able to learn what opportunities are out there in industry, and we're so grateful for it. Yeah. thank you all, and of course, the most important is a thank you to our students. Our students, our volunteers, our staff, everybody that makes this competition what it is. It's been a pleasure being here at Nathan Benderson Park, being able to witness all of the amazing breakthroughs you've made, and even some of those setbacks. You know, we've talked to some of these teams today, and they've learned a lot from those setbacks that they've had. They've partnered together, they've had collaboration, and it's something that everybody can go home with their heads held high for all the work they've done.
Yeah, we had teams that came here with, you know, they basically found the boat in the lab and thought it would be cool, and they said, you know, they figured they would learn more to come to the competition and work on it there than work on it at home. And we had, you know, teams with no one but mechanical engineers coming and learning how to do software, learning how to do electronics, and collaborating between all of them. So we'll hear much more about that at the awards tonight. But yeah, thank you to everyone.
Thank you. We'll put up a Be Right Back sign and then hopefully get you that boat race later. Thank you.